Hello. Okay. What's up, fellers? Sorry I'm late tonight. I just didn't really have a whole lot on my mind. And how fucking late Nick's been doing his shows. And the fact that shit, he may not even do a show. That wouldn't surprise me. Second. Hmm. I'm kind of impressed with this synth Mozart. Sucks you have to use synth. All the fucking ones with instruments are copywritten, I think. I mean, somehow, fucking 300-year-old music is copywritten. Hmm. Yeah, I really haven't been thinking a lot the past couple days. I don't know why. I just haven't had much in my mind. Like, seriously. I do dig this fucking. It could be far worse. Like, and they chose like guitar does a lot of the background, the beat. You know, I think that's pretty smart or pretty slick. That to do the synth, they use a guitar for a lot of the background music. It sounds a lot better. It doesn't sound as 80s synth guitar shit. I like it. I actually like this one. Kind of reminds me, I don't know if you guys ever seen A Clockwork, or no, not Clockwork Orange. Or yeah, Clockwork Orange. They have Beethoven in there, and it's like all futuristic and synth and very modern, like sort of, uh, it's got a very modern sound. And the singer isn't, it doesn't use auto tune because it's too old for that, but it uses some sort of a voice filter or like a flange or a filter, and the singer's voice is muffled, sort of, but kind of in a synth way. It's pretty dope. I like it actually. It's the Ode to Joy, which I don't know if I hope you, hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about with Ode to Joy. That's like maybe one of the greatest or classic, maybe one of the greatest songs ever. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Nick called it again. I mean, he's not wrong when he's saying that nothing happened this week. He's not wrong. But like that's it's like, dude, it's your job to put on a show. Like, honestly, regardless of whether or not something happens, I kind of just want to hear, even if nothing happens, I do kind of just want to hear Nick's take on that. Okay, if nothing happened, tell me how boring it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, oh, nothing happened, so you're not going to do a show and make it just that much more boring. Just it's even more nothing happened. Yeah, I'm smoking some Navy Flake. It's got like they put rum on it. You know, I guess, which is it's a Navy preparation where they would use rum as a casing or a top note, where they drizzle it on there. I think it helps with, like, when you take it to sea, it actually serves a purpose. Or a lot of times, like I have some tobacco here that they call it coin cut, but it's fucking dope. It's tobacco that they roll it into a rope, and then they slice off little pepperonis. Um, yeah, they're fucking sick. These are Navy rolls. Like, that's naval Navy flake, and these Navy rolls. They're fucking dope. Really good. Like, there's two different companies that make them, or two different actual companies. They're pretty fucking sick. They age really nice too. Like, in the coin, like the rope, and what's crazy about rope, you can chew rope, you can smoke it in a pipe, you can roll cigarettes out of it. It's basically the Swiss Army knife of tobacco. And I've seen, like, I know the Indians would do this where they would chew tobacco up and then make kind of a little paste out of it and put it on wounds, and that would be as like act as like kind of a an antiseptic. And but that rope, you would you'd hang the rope from, like, you would hang it if you had like a wagon and you were going cross country, or in the Navy, you would hang it up on something and you would just cut chunks off of it as needed. Either stuff your pipe or stick it, some in your mouth. But, like, you can, like, the rolls, they can be big as fuck like that. Is that those rolls are like that, like a damn pepperoni. And then they can be small too. And you can buy it in the rope still today. A lot of it comes in the coin cut. They cut, cross sections, but you can still buy it. And that's like usually when you buy bulk. And like the flake, they press that shit into plugs. You know, uh, I have a plug right here. Here it is. Yeah, fucking fat ass plug. And I just cut the cross sections off. But that's how you get flake. They literally put that shit into fucking gnarly ass screw presses, where it's like almost like a modern hydraulic press, but it uses a screw, and they just load that shit in there. And they use like treacle and molasses. I guess that's treacle is like the English version of molasses because they don't have maple syrup and shit. You know, maple syrup is kind of an American thing, but over in Britain, they use something, it's called treacle. It's basically like a really deep uh, uh, syrup, and it's sweet. And they use that to make these plugs and shit. They kind of, not all plugs, not all flakes are done that way, but I know a lot of times they do it that way. It seems like anytime anything is processed by humans, they add a bunch of shit to it that it doesn't need to have. Although, I mean, tobacco's it's one of those things where it's kind of like nothing can eat it, so it doesn't die or it doesn't degrade really over time. Like honestly, nothing eats it. If you I don't think there is. Maybe there's a couple of specialized bugs in America that maybe eat tobacco on the vine, although I've never heard of them. But regular tobacco, that shit will it's one of like the only plants that animals, there's only so many things that don't decay. You know what I'm saying? Like they're kind of few and far between. McDonald's hamburgers, which is fucking crazy. Like, what the shit? Those people have 40-year-old McDonald's burgers that they look just like they did when they fucking left them wherever. It's disgusting. But tobacco is like that too. I get, tobacco and alcohol, they're like the two where they age it, or alcohol for sure, wine, any fermented beverage, they the older they are, typically the better. Tobacco's the same way. It's weird too cuz it actually changes over time. It looks different, feels different. Something happens to it, which seems a lot of things are that way where and it makes sense because, stuff will have microscopic organisms and stuff on it, just because it's not moving doesn't mean it's not changing. I really haven't had much on my mind the last couple of days for some reason. Although, I watched a couple of decent videos, actual, YouTube videos where like the one about uh the public education, how shitty it is now. Like, which blows my mind because it wasn't that bad when I was in school. It was reasonable. Although you could tell it certainly wasn't as good as it was in the 60s or 70s, when teachers were male and they fucking wore ties and suits to school. Like that's what my dad told me. He's like, all my teachers, they wore suits and ties every day. They brought a briefcase and shit. And now it's just not that way. I thought it was kind of odd that yesterday I did that stream about the feminization going on. I've seen multiple other videos that other people dropped that same yesterday that were saying the same thing. I was just like, what the hell? I guess they had probably seen some of the videos that I saw that just, you know, that shit isn't coincidence. You know, it's not. I seen somebody. It's one of the podcast circuit podcasts. So never mind. I was just thinking about how the podcast circuit, like I was saying the other day, that it's just like a straight up it's a party line, or it's a propaganda uh tour. That's all it is. It's just a straight up propaganda tour. Hey, what's up, Hope? How do you know that? Oh, he's gonna do a bunch of war stuff. Oh, you guys listen hearing about tobacco and shit. That's kind of funny. I wouldn't have suspected that, but it makes sense. It is interesting. And I gotta use the bathroom. Sorry. I'll be right back. You know, it's kind of funny. All this shit in the Middle East for pipe tobacco smokers. It's very much so tragic. And most people, it doesn't matter, but to a pipe smoker, no, it's absolutely fucking tragic. You know, there's like three or four kinds of tobacco that are three or four types pretty much that are smoked all over the world. There's only that many. It's either a Virginia where it's just like a straight typical tobacco grown all over the world, but they typically taste the same. And most of cigarettes is made up of that. And then there's vapor blends, which are another Virginia tobacco, but it adds Perique tobacco from Louisiana to it. That's why it's a vapor, Vaper, Virginia Perique. And that's another one. That's a really popular one. And then there's English blends, which have, and this is why I say the Middle East, it's sad because English blends, they have Virginia, they have Turkish tobaccos, which come out of the Balkans, Greece, Macedonia especially, also Turkey, Anatolia. They use a really particular kind of tobacco that only grows there in the rock or the mountainous rocky terrain. But also there's another tobacco that's added and it's called Latakia. And it hails from Syria. They grow it in Syria. And then when after they grow it, what makes it so special is they put it in the rafter of their homes. And I guess in Syria, because it's a desert area, there's no trees. And they need fires. So what they do is they use spices. They use different spices, different almost like incense, but not quite. They use a bunch of different proprietary uh, plants and herbs and spices, and that's what they burn. And because they keep the tobacco in the rafters, the smoke from their house fire literally smokes and cures the tobacco, smokes and cures it. And it gives it this wonderful, like, smoke, firewood, or like a campfire kind of bacon. It's not bitter, but it's kind of, it's just got kind of a rustic campfirey flavor. And the English blends, they reek of smoke or like a campfire. And that's why they reek, is because of that Syrian tobacco. And also in Cyprus, they make Latakia. Those are the only two places on the planet where they make Latakia. But and except Syria, which where they had been making this tobacco, you know, and it's proprietary because of how those people live. When they process tobacco, it ends up becoming that smoky Latakia. And that's just the natural way. Because what happened with tobacco is, they brought it back to Europe, and it's like kind of like a miracle weed. Everybody wants to grow it. Well, you can't really grow it in Europe. You can, and there are a couple tobacco blends that use European grown tobacco. It's in France, they make it. But what ended up happening with tobacco when they brought it from America, they tried to grow it everywhere. They tried to grow it everywhere, especially the English. They sent it all over their empire. So, and depending on where it was, like when they tried to grow it in the Middle East, well, those people, the way they live flavors that tobacco because of the different stuff they smoke in the fires in their house. And because they don't have a lot of room, so they have to store it in the rafters. It ended up the tobacco that they produce ended up being that smoky latakia. And they grow it in Africa. There's a couple of places in Africa that grow Virginias, like that Navy Rules that I was just showing. This one of the tobaccos it uses specifically, like it's from Zimbabwe, a couple different places where they actually, and it's just Virginia where they take the same seeds that are grown in America, all over the place, and they just grow them in Africa. And because it's in a different soil, different continent, it tastes different. And then there's Turkish tobacco, which, like I said, it's in mountainous regions, but that's the same. It's like they basically started out with like an old school strain of tobacco, and they just gave it to people to grow in Greece, Turkey, and it kind of adapted to the climate. So they all have different flavors wherever they're grown. But basically, there's only 3 or 4 different blends, like I was just saying, Vapor, Virginia, English blends, which have Latakia and Turkish and Virginia. And then you have aromatics, which I'm not a fan. They fucking soak that shit in chemicals. It's the cherry tobacco, which I know it smells good, but it's chemicals that make that smell. And the same thing with vanilla. It's got fucking chemicals in it, man, and it will burn the shit. They call it tongue bite because it has chemicals in it. The steam from the tobacco will fucking burn your tongue. Hate that shit. But I don't mess with the aromatics. It's just, and it's really wet and kind of, it's almost like shisha on a fucking hookah. It's just goopy. It's fucking gross. Well, I like regular tobacco, like, and there's burley too, which is what cigarettes are mostly made out of, and they put that in pipe tobacco too. But I like just the regular kind though. I like the utilitarian tobacco, bro. That the kind of tobacco that outdoorsmen had at all times. Mountain men, they would have like a rope of tobacco, or they would have a big old plug of that shit. Which I've gotten chewing plugs too. Those are good, like Cannonball plug. It's good. It's similar to Red Man. But like that's one thing that I love about tobacco. It's so useful. You can make basically an antiseptic out of it. Like if you soak it in water, or if you just chew it up, make a paste out of it, and it's a stimulant with the nicotine. Uh, it settles your. It's just got a lot of uses, and it's similar to alcohol. When if there was a apocalypse or like a zombie apocalypse, there's only certain things would have value, not money, that's for damn sure. Probably not even gold. Alcohol would have value. Any drugs would have value. Opiates, super valuable. And I like thinking about this kind of stuff. What would have trade value after a zombie apocalypse? What what I'm saying? Like, what would people be eager to trade for, even if they didn't use it themselves? You know, 'Cause, like, my dad is somewhat of a prepper, and, he would buy bottles of alcohol, or he would store alcohol, 'cause that it will be valuable if there is, like, for prepping, alcohol, ammunition, food, um, another cigarettes. Cigarettes is another one for sure, or tobacco itself. No, I don't. I used to, but not anymore. But, I mean, they're gonna be worth something if civilization collapses, only certain shit is gonna carry value, and it's all stuff with utility, ammunition, alcohol, tobacco. Like, it's funny because the stuff that has always had value and isn't really valuable today, but it would be quick, fast, and in a hurry. Yeah, alcohol would absolutely, it would be invaluable. It would, like I said, that's, my dad, he would always store alcohol because no matter what, that is going to be traded for. Even if people that don't drink, it still has medicinal value, big time, and it's one of the few things that would always have value. And also, like, let's not beat around or bullshit here. Women would have value. Yeah, antibiotics. That's what I was saying. Nicotine. It's kind of an antibiotic. That's what the Indians would use it for. But women would have a lot of value. Beehive and water. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you just need honey to make mead. But I wonder if weed would have some value. I suppose it would. Pretty much, probably any drug, more or less, would have quite a bit of value, I would imagine. Just because, that's how humans are. Antibiotics, like you said, yeah. And food. Like, when I think of Clint Eastwood, and his man with no name, Lone Rider guy, uh, he always has dry beans on him, you know? Those old cowboys, that's what cowboy beans and shit, like, they always had a bag of beans or, like, corn dodgers. Trade some bullets for some buds, right? For sure. I mean, yes, ammunition, gunpowder for sure would have a hell of a lot of value, which my dad, he's into that. His dad was into that too, and he inherited his dad's shit. But and like what's cool is you can buy like Russian ammunition when you get ammo cans. They had like sardine can ammo canisters for AKs that had a fucking pull tab, and you pop the top open. You peel it back like a sardine can, and it's just slap full of fucking AK rounds. That shit is sick, But uh Russian rounds, you can't repurpose them. You can't reuse the casing. They're steel, fucking steel jackets on them. No good. Because the brass ones, you can go pick them bitches up and refill them. Save money. And if it was post-apocalyptic, you would definitely want to keep those casings. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh yeah, definitely. What skills would be value? Yeah. I mean, probably yeah, mechanics, electrical. For a while I had a 12 valve Cummins Dodge 97 Dodge 3500 Ram, and it had a 12 valve Cummins in it. Those things, they didn't have no spark plugs. That motherfuckers, you don't even need a battery with it practically. If as long as you keep it, it'll stay running. Once it gets cranked up, you don't need electricity. And it was analog. you know. So even after an EMP, that bitch would keep keep trucking. I love that shit. It was such a nice truck. It was such a nice. I think it had 180,000 miles, almost just which is almost nothing practically. They go for 1 million. Yeah, firearms are pretty badass for sure. Like my dad has a fucking left hand or it's a Colt Commander from Vietnam officer sidearm. Yeah, guns are fucking sick. They really are. It's a quite a manly thing too. Guns are. It's one of those things where boys and like I forget who it was I was talking to. Or you hear it a lot that little boys will make a gun with their hand. If you don't give them gun toys, they'll have imaginary fucking guns. You know, and I was reading a thing where this woman was all pissed off because her little boy, she couldn't get him to stop using the gun sign, making a gun. And bro, that is just so sick to me. Like what kind of a sick piece of trash would fucking like attack their little boy over that? You know, it's some feminist woman that it really bothered her. I don't know. He goes live when he goes live. I don't. He sends out a message as he goes to live, but I don't know that. You know, he doesn't tell anybody or put out a schedule. One second. Like you can see this has got a lot of age on it. Y'all see the crystals? Shit. But after, you know, when you've got it for 10 years, I mean, it actually does change. It looks like it's got covered in sugar. I don't know what, I guess maybe it's the sugars that are naturally in tobacco. But after years of being like this has that latakia, which is black, you know, after they press it or after they smoke it in their house, it ends up like black. And then Turkish tobacco is like a green, kind of a pale green. And then Virginias are brown or red or they can be a lot of different colors. But with pipe tobacco, you have to dry that shit before you smoke it. It will burn your tongue. If there's any moisture in it, that moisture turns to steam when you smoke it. Then it will burn the roof of your mouth or your tongue. They call it tongue bite. I've always struggled with that shit because I smoke cigarettes and I naturally want to puff on the shit. The When you puff on it like that, it gets the embers super hot, and you can scorch the bowl too, where it burns the wood in the side of the bowl because it gets too hot. Fucking damage your pipe, which is not cool. You know, some I've spent or I'd be willing to spend hundreds of dollars on a pipe, and like you have to know how to smoke it so you don't damage it because they hold their value, but not if you fuck it up. They damn sure do hold their value. They actually appreciate quite a bit too. The ones that I got, I like ones from a certain era, from like the 1930s, from like 1915 to 1945 is this particular era of K Woody, which are made in America. Uh, there's like a 20-year period where they just made utterly artisanal pipes, briar pipes, and meerschaum pipes. I mean, just perfectly made with care and craftsmanship and an eye for aesthetics. Because back then you had Dunhill, Peterson, which Dunhill's English, Peterson's Irish. There are Danish pipe styles and pipe companies. Most of the high end ones are from Europe, but K Woody, they actually made they use the same wood that all the European ones did, and they made more pipes. And a lot of people discount it. I'm like, everybody goes after the English ones or the European ones. I started collecting them because I knew, like, to me, I was looking for value. And I was thinking to myself, all these companies were around at the same time. So it stands to reason they're all using the same Mediterranean briar. So it's not like these other companies have some higher quality material that they're using. And also, I was doing research and I found out that that company K Woody, they were the number one user of European or Mediterranean briar. Like they bought up the most briar because they would go to auctions and buy chunks of it, or and they bought the most in the whole world. And when I read that, I was like, you know what? They made some good pipes, because there's no way that you're going to be making the most the highest amount of pipes in a year, or every year, the same wood, and not make excellent products. And I could get them for a song and a dance. What might be like a $300 pipe from Europe, I could get it for under 100. Like that Meerschaum one, I got it brand new for $80. And this is one of their most expensive pipes when they sold them back in the day out of Sears catalogs. That was like the second highest end pipe they sold. $80, brand new, unsmoked. I mean, it's brand new. And somehow it made it all those years without like oxidizing or anything. And sure enough, after I've been collecting for a couple years, those pipes come into style. And all of a sudden they like tripled in price. And I had bought like 200 of the damn things. But I seen that, I was like, oh, that's so legit. Because people, they sell them at estate sales. Old pipe smokers, old codgers that smoked. People go to estate sales and they'll buy up somebody's whole pipe collection. Get it for hardly nothing. But people know that those pipes, you can get really good pipes that are estate pipes. And they really are amazing pipes. And you can tell which ones were somebody's favorites, like, because if you find a pipe that smokes really nice, you tend to just keep reusing it or using it every day. You can't smoke too many times in one pipe in a day. It's a wood. You have to give it time to soak up the liquid. But I really did like, the different styles. And then looking into the history, and like even the calabash. I owned a calabash for a while. I think there's some of the videos on this channel. If you go back enough years, you can see the videos where I smoked that calabash. Even the video where I got it in the mail. I really like that. Being able like, all my videos from when I was buying all these pipes and tobaccos, all those videos are up. Like, no joke. You can go and see I did a video for every pipe I bought practically. And I always really liked that about tobacco, like, so you can't really do that with cigarettes. Nobody ages cigarette tobacco, but people have been smoking pipe tobacco for years. I've bought pipe tobacco that's aged, where somebody buys a tin 20 years ago and they just never open it. I bought a lot like that just to try blends that don't exist anymore. And what I was saying about the Syrian tobacco, because of Israel, they no longer make it there. I shit you not, bro. They've been making it there for hundreds of fucking years. And just in the last decade, they you can no longer get it. I remember when there was an alert that went out into the pipe community. Everybody's like, "Hey, Syrian Latakia, it's gone." The last couple of bales, which are just big, big stacked pallets of, tons of tobacco. Yeah, they sold the last fucking lot. And I'm like, the whole pipe community, everybody bought up all the blends that said Syrian Latakia. And I've still got a couple. I've still got a few tins. But everybody bought all that shit up. All of everything that had Syrian Latakia in it, it all got bought up, snatched off the shelves within 6 months. And it's just like, what the fuck, man? They were making that tobacco there for 300 years, hundreds of years. You know, it, it's been, people have been smoking it in tobacco blends forever. And somehow, in modernity, because Israel is just an awful, an awful force in this world. So now you can only get Cyprian Latakia, which is from Cyprus, but it's not the exact same. It does the job, but the Syrian tobacco, you could taste there was more nuance to it because I think they use herbs that you can only get in Syria, and it had a slightly more complex, more exotic flavor. It's like, fucking figures that they don't that it's gone. Because there was a bunch of blends that specifically were like, yeah, advertised Syrian tobacco, and because it's such a loss, man, it's such a loss. Like, and that's one thing that kind of sucks. I feel like is the life, everything changes. It's just like nothing is static. Nothing ever stops, and that's one of the things that I lament in life. I really like a lot of some things. Some things I really have a goofy sentimental feeling about. Mm, Lebanese wine. That sounds fucking delicious. Oh, some of you got, or do anybody, you guys smoke or drink wine in here? Wine, that's another one of those things like pipe tobacco where, it's having a good nose or a good taste for uh, different tastes, a good palate. And it ages really well. It's a very adult hobby too. You know, it's so good. I'm not really much of an alcohol fan myself. Like, I've never really liked wine, but I feel like I probably never had good wine either. 'Cause, I'll be like seeing old movies or reading or something, and people drank wine like it was fruit juice. So and that's why I kind of feel like I haven't had proper wine yet, because I bet you it is like fruit juice if you get the right wine. Good wine. Because also I've seen old movies where, good wine was not a given. Most of the wine was kind of shitty, I think. And good wine was of note. That was something you would tell people about, like, oh man, the wine there is really good. I actually know a little bit about wine too. Like port is fortified wine. It's a fortified alcoholic beverage. They actually put uh, liquor in it to up the alcohol content. And port, what it is it's a seagoing wine, or it's they would specifically put it on ships because you it was almost like wine concentrate at a higher alcohol content. And now it's kind of they have a taste for that shit now because they drank it in the yeah, and that's I always like that about, a lot of things that are traditional. They'd be traditional, like IPAs, India Pale Ales. You know, they had to make them like that so that they could cross the ocean, and it's kind of masks crappy beer. But and they're, they're so hoppy, it's like bitter. It's like a bitter citrus. People got a taste for it because, they would be living in Britain, or not Britain, India, and that's the ale that they had to drink in India. Like that's so cool. I've actually had mead before, Cowboy Viking. Like there's a bar in town that they do a mead plank, where it's like four different meads, or it's like there's like five or seven meads. They had some that were kind of dry, almost like a wine, like a slightly sweet wine, and then all the way to like syrup. Oh man, that shit was, and it was different alcohol contents. It was really good, man. It was, but you'd be fucked up if you drank. And me and my buddy, we split it, or we each got one. It was weird too, because we were talking about me like wanting to try it. And his wife found a place like right then, like boom, and it was a kick-ass little bar. It was like it had like Nintendo NES systems with TVs. It was like a really cool video game bar. A lot of it was kind of like a nerd, and it was in the back of a fucking a sci-fi shop, or like a card shop, for trading card comic book shop. Yeah, you had to go, it was like a speakeasy. You had to go through the front door of the comic book shop, and in the back there was a back door, and there was a guy standing next to the door that would let you in. And when you went back there, it was dark as shit, had video games and TVs. It was so sick, man. It was. And they had that mead. It was really good. It really was. And I had some very sweet mead, like I said, and some drier mead that was more like what I think of as wine. It was still somewhat sweet, but honey, that's one of those things, has no shelf life. Yeah, I never had an NES as a kid. We had a Sega. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I like Sega. I mean, it was good. My cousins always had that Nintendos and shit. I never did. Hmm. Wonder if there's anything to watch. Young Turks. God, OnlyFans, man. It's such a disgusting. Like, and, it's like a really toxic. That's what's fucked up about it. Is it I mean, it is just a business, but it does kind of prey on young women. Young, impressionable, emotion or um hormone ridden, young, impressionable, hormone ridden and foolish girls. It preys on them. They don't know any better. They don't like these young girls that do porn and shit. They have no idea what they've done. They have no idea. Some fucking degenerate, nasty motherfucking dude with a shit stash. Some scummy motherfucker. Those are the kind of guys that, oh, how old are you? You ever thought of doing porn? Like straight up, just nasty motherfuckers. Nasty. They prey on these young women. It's just, I mean, it's on the women, but it just pisses me off because it's kind of a detriment. It's not good. Like, there's a lot of them do it, and it'd be one thing if it was like back in the day where, you know, so few people did it, but now, shit, man, I don't know any women but I mean, a lot of people do know somebody who does one, who does it. It's no kind of life. I mean, and the only reason why they do is because they don't really understand life. They don't really understand how that makes how first of all, it doesn't bother me, but I know the way men think. I know how men think, and I know what they're doing, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting. I mean, it bothers me because I know how men are, and I know it's terrible. They're I mean, women, they're when they're young like that, especially, they're rebellious. They just want to fucking, you know, do their own thing, and they new this newly acquired sexuality that is very, that's it's such a big deal. You can control men with it. Like a good-looking woman, they very quickly learn, this new force that they have, when girls hit puberty, they don't know what that shit is. They're children. And all of a sudden, grown men, like older men, start looking at them different, and it's almost like a profound uh change, of course it is, because all of a sudden you're being recognized for being sexually mature. But like these motherfuckers, they're taking advantage of it. The girl, we don't have the safeguards that we used to, the safety net, keep that would get women to cover up in their youth, and it would steer them away from that shit and towards a marriage where, that kind of shit, that's not like people pretend and equivocate, but if you had a daughter, you would not approve of them doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like it pisses me off when people try to play it down. I'm like, motherfucker, if you had like an 18-year-old daughter and she just fucking all of a sudden she's doing porn, you gonna tell me that you'd be okay with that? And if you are okay with that, you're a piece of shit, man. That's all there is to that. It's like the closest thing to being selling your soul for real. It's like straight up, man. That and drugs, basically. I mean, it's like, but they don't know any better, and because of modern society, and they become these instead. Like back in the day, they would live with their parents until they were married. Now they want to go off and live on their, and just travel. It's chances are they're just going to get taken advantage of, and it's a damn shame. Yeah, this fucking OnlyFans, and what's so fucked up about it is at least back in the day when somebody became a porn star, They became a porn star. It was almost like the movies where a studio would buy your you would be rich just because the studio was like, we're going to use you. Whereas OnlyFans, oh, you actually have to go, you could be doing porn and never really make a dime. I guess you wouldn't want to get famous, but the point of it is to make money. And like my doctor was telling me about one of his patients, and that she had made like 300 grand in 1 month, like years ago, like 3 years ago. And now she doesn't make shit, basically, like a pittance. And man, that really stuck with me for like a week, man. I was like, fuck, dude, that's not right, man. That's so fucked up. Because the problem is these women, they see it as a fucking lottery ticket. Nah, that shit ain't a lottery ticket. Yeah, well, and I mean, I get it that, technology was different, but I'm just saying, when you did porn, you were gonna be famous. No, or you were gonna be a porn star. Basically, you already had somebody who had money and had money behind you. Nowadays, you do the porn first, then you put it out. Like, you've already danced with the devil if you've got the video, like, and it's just, they're so damn susceptible, man. Yeah, 300K for your soul. Exactly. And yeah, the money is gone. She pissed it away on bullshit. And now she's she's been rode hard, put up wet, struggling, bro. That ain't no kind of life, man. That ain't no kind of life. And there was something this guy I watched said last night in his video. He was like, at some point this has got to stop. But the train is going off the tracks. Everybody can see it. And he finally, I've never heard him say this, been listening to him for years. He goes, honestly, man, the ladies are just gonna have to get okay with the fact that their rights are gonna need to be curtailed. And I was just like, whoa, no way. Fucking based boomer over here. What? I mean, people are starting to pipe up and say it. Like, I've been saying it for a while. But all of a sudden, normies that I didn't think would ever say it are saying it. And I'm like, damn, people, that shit it's got penetration, bro. This shit is penetrating the fucking mainstream focus, People are actually noticing. And like, these women, they've been given all that freedom, and what do? They become absolute degenerates. Absolute degenerates. Like, the reputation women have of being demure and modest, that was all under constrained conditions. That was all under shame and culture and, different institutions to keep them that way. Because when you get rid of those institutions, it goes off the rails. Especially like the black community. Holy shit, man. Like, damn, dude. Like in Daytona, just a fucking couple for spring break, it was like a damned herd of wildebeest, bro. I mean, on the beach, somebody got it from a bird's eye view up in a condo or something. And dude, they look like motherfucking straight up like a school of fish or something, or a herd where they're all, running away from different stimuli. Like, it was wild, man. I'm thinking, holy shit, dude. Do they not realize how animalistic they look right there? Like, fuck, man. They just look like a bunch of fucking animals, dude. Like, why? Why are you guys, why the fuck would you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna tempt that kind of an opinion of it, like, and they really have been letting it hang out. I've noticed a lot of people calling out black folks over that shit, man, because they've just gotten out of control. Like, seriously, that's what everybody's saying, but it's the women in particular. That's what I've been seeing a lot of videos. They're totally discounting the men. Like, no, it wasn't the men, it was the women. It was like I heard some woman in Daytona. That's what she said. She worked in Daytona, and her opinion, she was like, "Nah, it wasn't the guys. The guys were fucking perfect gentlemen, pretty much." That's what she said. Which I don't know how much I believe that, but good on them. Good on those fellas for behaving themselves. She said the women, they're the ones that get into the damn fights. The weaves and the wigs and shit are flying everywhere. Like, damn, dude. And it's just some monkey shit, dude. Straight up fucking dark monkey shines, man. And at least the black guys, they're not getting lumped in anymore because of course they did for a while, but not anymore. The women have just gotten so crazy, and the reason for that is because they can get away with practically anything. There are no laws constrict or constrain women. They can do anything. The cops give them a break. Every part of our culture gives women a break if they step out of line. They get slaps on the wrist and shit. So they think they're privileged. They think they're a privileged group, and they are. That's what's they just realize it. So now their behavior is fucking out of control because they know they're privileged and nobody's gonna fuck with them because you know how loud they are. They know nobody wants to fuck with them because they can make your day all fucked up, bro. 100 black women, bro. That'll fuck your week up, man. Shit. Dude, I couldn't even fucking imagine, bro. That's a fucking headache. I'm not going anywhere fucking near that gaggle of females. No, sir. Bro, I can barely stand being around one of them. They're just such a bad attitude. Like I remember in school, man, the way those girls would fucking pick on everybody. They picked on everybody, the black girls. They were the worst bullies in the whole fucking school. Straight up, man. Nobody could tell them shit. And that's the thing is nobody can tell them shit. They don't know shit. That's what's fucked up about it. It's like, but you don't even know what you're fucking talking about. You think they know everything? They're the most educated people in the country? Yeah, sure, whatever. Sure. Keep telling yourself that, honey. Shit is ridiculous. Credentialism. That shit don't mean anything. You can go get a fucking degree. Sometimes it's be the ditziest fucking women that are decent at school. Like I remember laughing about that with a friend of mine in ninth grade. This chick that me and him both liked, but she was ditzy as all get out. She had like straight A's. And I remember lamenting that back then. I'm like, this shit is so fucking rigged, man. If a chick like her gets straight A's and me, they fuck with me all the time, like it's just difficult for me. None of it is geared towards men at all. And I just remember lamenting that. I mean, which good for her or whatever, but it's just like, what the fuck, And women, they know they're privileged. That's why they scream so loud when anybody talks about making any changes because they like having the advantage. They like it, and like, a woman will hit her man and then she'll call the cops too and not realize that she's going to jail. She hits the man, calls the cops, and then ends up going to jail and crying like a baby. Oh, what kind of shit is this? Well, I didn't even do anything. They've never been held accountable once in their life. And even the cops, like, oh, maybe I'll wait to put the cuffs on you till after we get out of the house, so your kids don't have to see you with cuffs. And I've said this before, but I have to say it again. It really pisses me off because it's like, if a dude hit his wife, no cop would fucking wait till he got outside the house to put the cuffs on him. Rightfully so. And why the fuck does the woman get the extra fucking get the extra thought, the extra uh the cop going out of his way to fucking going out of his way just to fucking accommodate the woman. And it's just like, this is so fucked up, man. I mean, it's so in your face that it's just like, no, this who they value, it's so in your face. Because you'll never get treated like that. Kid gloves, not by cops, but if it's a woman after she's beat up on her husband, and the husband, he's always some cuck beta, like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, babe, like he just wants her to, like, she just needs a little bit of time to dry out in the drunk tank, like I've had it up to here, officer. Man, she's been really bothering me lately. She's so stressed, so stressed. The dude's like fucking making excuses for him. It's like, bro, get down. Put your fucking Superman cape away, man. Like these people, these women, they say, oh, we're adults, this and that. Okay, if you're an adult, you know, lay in the bed you made, bitch. And I can't stand seeing how society just bends over backwards to spare women when they don't deserve any such accommodation. They deserve to get the book thrown at them more than the men. The men, oh, they know they fucked up. And it's the women that always need to be taught a lesson, and they never do get. And that's why they need to be taught a lesson, because they're never taught a lesson. When men do something, when they fuck up, they're held accountable, and rightfully so. But that's not the same for women. Nothing happens. I mean, and that's not even talking about like saying I'm a victim. No, it's a double standard, and it's bullshit. Why do things have to be like that? Why do they're gonna say equality and shit, well then do it. Quit fucking around and pretend, quit, censoring everybody, or forcing everybody to fucking pretend that everything is equal, because it isn't. Yeah, I know that question. And the thing is they're fixing to get that treatment. They're fixing to get it, bro. You let them have all this freedom, well, they kill all their children. That's one. It's one thing that we know. They kill their children, all of them. And then after they fucking can't have after their eggs are all gone, then they're crying about how their eggs are all gone and how it's so unfair. On so many different levels, they pull that shit, that unaccountability. And they've been fucking up for since the 70s. And it's not like there's anything we could do to stop them, but we're gonna get blamed for this shit. We're going to get blamed for it. They're going to say, well, why didn't you stop us? Why didn't you save us from ourselves? Why didn't you protect us from ourselves? Why didn't you protect the country and the society? Why did you let us destroy everything? And what's fucked up is we really don't. It's like it kind of is our fault, but or men's fault. But at the same time, it's like fucking sucks. I hate being the buffer between chaos and women. That's what we are. We're the buffer that makes sure that nothing ever affects them. And basically absorb the difference. I mean, especially so with families and shit. Like right now, usually there is a buffer to as times change and families get a little bit tougher to raise. Like it's harder to do it. Yeah, you need more money, or like times are tougher. The man always absorbs that and make they make do, or they work extra or whatever. They absorb that, though, that it basically the family isn't supposed to know that things are harder at the time, at the moment, because men typically pick up the slack almost always, and that's why the birth rate and that stuff is typically pretty static. You know, the birth rate doesn't fluctuate wildly. Men, especially historically, women could pretty much have as many kids as they particularly that they wanted, and men would just make it happen, kind of a thing. It's only like the last few years that men were like, "This isn't a good deal," and just stop doing it. Yeah, corruption is pretty bad right now. It really bothers me seeing how much corruption with the Trump administration, all of this poly market crookedness, bro. That really is bothering me. Yeah, millions of babies is right, and they continue doing it. But yeah, all of this crooked ass, uh, what are they? It's conflict of interest with these poly market, this gambling with poly market. You know, like a bunch of accounts made a bunch of money on, like, they made a bet when when the American military would engage Iran, and it even states, like, Polymarket even says that those are really rare when people make a lot of when they make a lot of money. It's like a big time bet. It states how rare that is or how often that happens. And you know, it happens like only a couple people a month get stuff like that, and it was like 150 people made money off of one event, you know, us going to war. And that Howard Nutlick and all those, that guy's a piece of shit, man. I knew he was a piece of shit from the jump. As soon as Trump entered office, I was like, you know, I don't like that fucking greasy ass scumbag, that greasy ass fucking Jay with the man. Yeah, this we got tariffs. We're gonna have really, you know, these tariffs are really perfect, Mr. Trump, Mr. President. The first, it's just like, bro, fuck you and your tariffs, you fucking bastard. That dude's fucking disgusting, man. He's like a sleazy fucking used car salesman. You know, that fucking Howard Nutlick went to fucking Epstein's Island and shit. Sick fuck. Like, how did that guy? And when he did the fucking when he went and testified, he was lying like I mean, he was like, "Oh yeah, oh, you know, I saw Epstein the one time and that was it. You know, I never went back." Like, bullshit, bro. Who the fuck are you trying to fool? You know, it just sounded like he was trying to play like Mr. You know, like he was this saint that noticed something was fishy and left, never went back. You know, went the one time and said, "You know, this isn't for me. I'm out of here, guys." No, that's bullshit. I don't believe that for a second. That dude just seems like a sleazy fucking scumbag, a sleazy used car salesman. And they've all been doing the poly market thing. All these different people, like, and that dude fucking what's his name? He's one of the envoy. He's not Jared Kushner, the other one. Uh, the fuck is his name? I forget. It's like Steve something. I think I forget his name, but him and fucking Lutnick, the two, you know, they're like these fucking wheel and deal Jays. What the hell is his name? It's like not Koufax. He did the Venezuela shit too. He did a bunch of stuff, but he's been all up. He's the special envoy. He's one of the guys who was doing the Iran deal with Jared Kushner, and yeah, he comes off as just a greasy fucking used car salesman too. And Trump's got him. His fucking administration is rotten with these greasy sons of bitches. And they really bother me. They're just nasty, fucking low down pieces of shit. You can tell these people are just nasty people, and they're a part of this Epstein class. These motherfuckers that think they're better than everybody. And I can just see Howard Lutnick, the guy, all these stupid guy. They actually listen to me with the tariffs. These stupid guy. Like, fuck you, bro. And I think he shorted the tariffs. Like he was, oh, these tariffs are they're gonna actually bring jobs and money back to this country. That motherfucker shorted the tariffs. These people are sneaky. They're clever. They're fucking dirty Shylocks. I really can't like Trump. I just did us so dirty. And I see that dude fucking what's his name? Uh Adam Sosnick. That guy. What a big fucking faggot piece of shit that guy is. That dude is a piece of shit, man. Hell yeah, I hear that. Colin Wilson, hell yeah. You know, yeah, Witkoff, exactly. There you go. Good looking out there question. Witkoff, exactly. I knew it was like Koufax or what the fuck, something like that. But yeah, Witkoff, exactly. They're all just a bunch of fucking dirty, old, greasy cads, you know? That's how they come off to me. Like people that have never done a lick of work in their lives. A lick. Never done none of that shit. And they're out going to Epstein's Island, going and fucking up goddamn uh motherfucking negotiations and shit, putting us into war. Like, fuck these people, dude. Fuck them and the horse they rode in on. I don't trust them at all. I think he just went. Yeah, okay, yeah, Nick just went live. Bet. That's what's up. My Negroes. Hell yeah. Throw this shit up here right quick. The fuck? Here we are. Hey, good. Good. There we go. Cameras right quick. Yeah, so Nick should be on here any minute. He did just send out a message, so yeah. Fucking Trump. That Netanyahu. What a scum. And I see the thing on Netanyahu. He fucking oh, he's going down, man. Like that's why he's keeping this war going, is because they've been trying to investigate his ass for corruption. That motherfucker is going down. Down. I'll be pleased to see it too. That fucking dude is a piece of shit. Netanyahu. His wife, I guess she got interrogated too, and his son. And they're like they're entitled, like disgusting people. Like, so what if we took money? We're owed it. We deserve it. We've done so much for this country. Like, ugh, you disgusting fucking filthy bastards. Making money and shit. Like he's scamming the scam. That's what he's doing. He's scamming the scam. Israel is nothing but a scam. It's like casino. They're literally across the globe skimming the Middle East fucking the Middle East income stream. That's what they're doing, I guarantee you. Because we're just our country is run by a bunch of fucking gangsters. And instead of having a little a Las Vegas, no, they have the Middle East. They have a Dubai, an Abu Dhabi, and Israel is like their little fucking their little scam that skims off the top. Who's dead? Raspberry cough. And I grew that shit years ago. I loved it. It's such a good strain. I've never seen it until this stuff I got my boy last time. I I've never seen it on the street. I've never bought it. I've seen strawberry cough, but I think I still have some of the seeds too. Actually, what's up, Alex? Arceus. Yeah, I mean, he's this fucking crooked, corrupt, evil. He's got herpes too. He's got fucking herpes on his lip. It's disgusting, bro. So nasty. Fucking evil bastard. And I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom right quick. Oh man, I just heard that clavicular is fucking sterile. He sterilized himself by taking all that testosterone, apparently. Bro, that shit ain't worth it. Fuck that. I'm sorry. Nah. No. Man, I'm sorry, bro, but pussy just isn't. No. No, I'm good. If I had to give up, eh, sterilize myself, fuck that. I'll take my chances. You know what I mean? Like straight up. Although, and I do, um, I know what it's like, struggle with that shit. Like, not thinking, or ugly duckling kind of a thing. But that's no reason to fucking sterilize yourself. That's just stupid. Straight up, that's just fucking dumb. And if that's for real and he really did that, I pity the bastard. I really do, because I mean that's a bit extra, a bit much. Can't. How do you justify that? How the hell do you justify that? And I know there's some people are, they're not very attractive, but that doesn't mean you should do that. Most people just live with it. Like, that guy, he does Liberty Vault. I know you guys watch the same shit I do. I see there's a thing in my YouTube studio that shows me y'all's favorite channels. So I know what you bitches watch. You slobs. Slovenly. A sloppy, slovenly lot of you guys. You're a sloppy lot. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, he does Liberty Vault, which is he's got a pretty good voice for what he does, but man, he is not a very aesthetically pleasing person. He like and you only see your face from the front, man, but I was looking at his face the other day and I noticed, whoa, he is really, really an ugly motherfucker. Like, holy shit. First of all, he looks like Kilroy, from the Kilroy Was Here with the little guy and his fucking nose over the wall. He looks like that, bro. But his nose, I'm fixing to throw him up. Oh no, fuck. America First is on. Son of a bitch. Fuck. I wanted to show you all that guy. He's ugly as fuck. I feel bad, but he is. Damn, how is it like all of a sudden 20 people are jump into the stream? Like literally, as soon as I switch it over, 20 people jump in. What's up, fellas?
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We got a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Friday. Casual Friday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Finally, we have some news, and we're going to be talking all about the war in Iran. We are now entering officially the 5th week of the conflict. Can you believe it? It has already been a full month. Almost exactly, almost to the day. War started, I think, about midnight on Friday 4 weeks ago. So we're just about an hour shy of that. It is day 28 of the Iran war. And I'm going to give you all the big developments on the conflict. There is a lot to discuss. And where I left you on Tuesday, we're having a little bit of a disrupted schedule this week, a little bit of a mix. But where I left you on Tuesday, we were talking about the timeline. We're talking about how Trump is timing all of these operations and strikes. Not just why things are happening, but why they're happening when they're happening. And where I left you on Tuesday, we talked about this big ultimatum that Trump gave last Saturday, almost a week ago. Trump said last Saturday that Iran had 48 hours to open up the Strait of Hormuz, and if they didn't, then Trump and Israel would begin bombing Iran's power plants and their electrical grid, their civilian infrastructure. Well, the weekend came and went. 48 hours passed, nearly. And on Monday morning, Trump announced that the deadline had not been called off, but it had been postponed. So Monday morning, about a half hour before the markets opened and traders and investors got an opportunity to panic about the imminent attack, Trump postponed the ultimatum and said that he was extending the deadline to today, to Friday. He said there would be a 5-day extension. And so implying the new terms would be if Iran doesn't open up the strait by Friday, by today, then the power plant strike would commence. Well, what has happened since Monday, since we last spoke? On Wednesday, Trump came out on Truth Social and extended the deadline again. That is our big story. And we'll talk about the significance of this. Trump goes out on Truth Social on Wednesday afternoon and says the deadline is extended this time by 10 days, which, if you're counting, that takes us not to Monday, but to the following Monday. And if you've been keeping track of all of this stuff, the timeline over the past 4 weeks of the conflict so far, what that really means is 2 weekends. It means he got this weekend, next week, and the weekend after that. New deadline says if Iran doesn't open up the strait in the next 10 days now, then there will be a major escalation in the war, and that escalation will probably consist in attacks on Iranian power and energy. In the meantime, Trump is pursuing two parallel, simultaneous tracks. On the one hand, allegedly, there is a peace process. There is no evidence of this. Iran denies it. And what is coming out of the administration makes it hard to believe that it is serious or that it is real. Last Thursday, before the deadline was announced, the initial deadline, it was reported that intermediaries from the other Arab countries, from Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey, I guess they're not Arab, they're not all Arab countries, but Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey intervened, and they're trying to get a summit together between representatives from Iran and the United States. There was a plan to potentially have a meeting in Pakistan yesterday in Islamabad, the capital. That did not happen. The United States submitted its 15-point plan to end the war. Iran has not delivered its final answer, but seems like they're going to reject it. And this coming week, next week, they say that potentially talks could advance. They say that the White House, and in particular, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and lately J.D. Vance, are going to be leading an effort to make some kind of a deal, although it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. And this is why you have the deadline. This is why Trump is giving these ultimatums. The 48-hour deadline initially, the 5-day extension, the 10-day extension. Ostensibly, okay, nominally, the reason we have this timeline at all, the reason we have this deadline is to give room for diplomacy to take place, to give room for peace talks to breathe, and for the two sides to get together and make a deal. That's the pretext. So you've got this timeline, the clock is ticking, two tracks. One of them is diplomatic, which is apparently being pursued. We're only hearing about it in the media. At the same time, however, the dual track, the second track, is that we are clearly preparing for a ground invasion. In the event that diplomacy does not happen, and when this countdown timer expires, whenever it does, whenever it stops being postponed, it's looking like we're going to invade on the ground. And we're not sure where that is yet, if we're going to invade the coastline of mainland Iran, or more likely, if we're going to invade one of Iran's islands in either the Persian Gulf or the Strait of Hormuz. And there's been a lot of talk about Karg Island, which is the energy hub 300 miles northwest of the strait in the Persian Gulf. And then there's a series of islands in the actual strait, in the choke point, where potentially the United States might make an amphibious landing, establish a beachhead, and then use that to force the strait open if they can't get Iran to open it through diplomatic means. So 10 days, two tracks, diplomacy, and potentially a ground invasion. We're going to talk about all of it. And there is a lot of ground to cover. There's going to be another major force deployment, as we've discussed this over the past 2 weeks, and we'll get into the timeline a little bit again. Initially, you had a contingent of about 4,000 to 5,000 Marines as part of an amphibious assault unit. They were headed to the Persian Gulf 2 weeks ago. Last week, they announced that there would be an airborne force that would supplement the Marines. So this rapid deployment force, which is deployable in 18 hours, they would parachute out of airplanes. This is another 3,000 to 5,000 troops. They would be reinforcing the Marines in the Persian Gulf. Then a couple of days ago, they said there would be an additional 10,000 troops. We don't know where they're coming from, what unit they're a part of, what branch they're a part of. But just a couple of days ago, there was an announcement or a report that the Pentagon is discussing another 10,000 troops to send for a grand total of anywhere between 15 and 20,000 troops in total. They are all being mobilized into the Middle East right now. Simultaneously, the Gerald Ford is out of commission. The USS Gerald Ford, which is our biggest, most advanced carrier, is still at port in Greece being repaired. They say there was a laundry fire on the carrier. It has apparently rendered it inoperable for 2 weeks because there was a fire in the laundry room. Now they're saying maybe the ship was hit. Maybe its radar systems, maybe its weapon systems were damaged because they were hit by a missile, and the military doesn't want to disclose this. In any case, there is another aircraft carrier joining the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Middle East as well. So either way, you're going to have 2 carriers, 50,000 troops, plus an additional 20,000 and the amphibious assault unit. That's all going to be in place, not by tomorrow, but by next weekend, just shy of the deadline. So it's pretty clear where all of this is pointing toward. It's pretty obvious where this is headed. At least that is what is being telegraphed all the time by the Pentagon and the media. So we'll cover it all. If we have time, we're going to talk a little bit about the TSA. There's been some movement on that. There's been a partial government shutdown for roughly the past 60 days or so. And as you, I'm sure, have heard, the partial government shutdown is affecting the Department of Homeland Security, not ICE, not Border Patrol, but only the other aspects of DHS like the Coast Guard, the TSA, and other agencies. And this is causing these unbelievable wait times at the airports. There was an effort last night, literally in the middle of the night, in the U.S. Senate to break the stalemate, but the House has rejected it. And so it seems the shutdown will go on indefinitely. If we have time, we'll get into that, although I don't think we will. So we may just save it for next week. But that's going to be the show. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble. Smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Remember to check out our store, Fuentes.store. We have our brand new spring collection. Spring merch collection. Everybody's loving the merch. I was very happy to see the reaction on the internet. People are loving it. They love the Groypets t-shirt. You know what's funny, though? The Groypets don't like it. We made merch for the Groypets. And in typical female fashion, they don't even like it. They said, we want some merch for the girls. We want some merch for the Groypets. Okay. So we made some merch for the Groypets. They can't stand it. They don't even like it. You know who likes it? The guys. The guys like it. The guys like the Groypets shirt. And it's all these performative males talking about their waist and waistline, all these performative males on Reddit and everything. They're the ones that want to wear the girl merch, not the ingrates. And you know what? If that doesn't say it all, if that doesn't spell it out, I don't know what does. Go figure. So we have Groypets. We reluctantly accept them. We reluctantly accept them because they flatter me. And they come in the scene where they say, all right, you're glazing us. All right, fine. We make the shirt. They can't stand it. They don't even like it. But you know who has come to appreciate it? The men. The men. We like men. No, clip that. No, but seriously, and that's why we're holding it down.
Not making
the
us look
niggas
good,
are
man.
holding down the set. We're holding it down for the niggas.
The niggas.
Because that's who appreciates the movement, the Groypers. We do it for the Groypers, not the Groypets. Groypers. Because Groypers are loyal. That's the difference. You see the difference? Groypers are loyal. Groypets, fickle. They'll never be happy. You can't please them. Is this the great mystery that Tucker was telling me about? Oh, I love women. You just never know what you're going to get. Oh, they're so mysterious. I wish they would like the shirt that we made for them. That's no mystery. It's pissing me off.
All right, calm
yeah, they're
down,
in the
Nick.
group chat. You know what one of them said to me? You know what she said?
No, what'd she say?
She said, you missed the mark with that one. We can help you. It's like, for fuck's sake. You know, you give them an inch. You give him a few. You give him no.
He's gonna make
we're
a
not
show
going
out
there.
of this.
You give him an inch, they take a mile. Groypats.
Use it
She
for
goes,
only
you
what
missed
you
the mark.
wish.
She goes, why did you miss the mark? This is not what we wanted at all. Hey, listen up, sweetheart. It ain't about what you want. Okay? It ain't. That's not what it's about. Take what you can get. We made the shirt. Wear the shirt.
Use it for only what you wish.
So the Groypats, that caused a big thing. You know who loves it? Chad Champion. He loves it. You know who loves it? Ignatz loves the shirt. Groypats, they hate it. Oh, we're not going to wear that. We're going to wear the other ones.
Yeah, he is talking about him, flirting with him.
I see how it is.
The girl's got his attention.
But anyway.
Good for him.
Fuentes.store. We have other designs too. Okay, most of the designs are not for the Groypats. People are loving it. We have a shirt with Candace Owens on it. We have a shirt. Well, it's a black woman. She resembles Candace Owens. It's not her. We have a shirt with a Groyper on it. Jeff Epstein. We have the white Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip. We have a brand new white America First hat. We have a distressed America First hat. I'm excited about shorts. America First shorts for the summer, for the gym, whatever you want to do. It's all there. Check it out. If you want to support the show, become a Plus subscriber. Subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month. You get access to the entire archive, MP3 format, MP3 downloads, RSS feed. You also get the video. Every episode of the show we've ever done, every live stream, debate stream, commentary, gaming, speeches, collaborations, it's all there. For $100 a month, you get access to the group chat. And even when I don't do a show, I'm in the group chat. When I don't do a show, I am in the group chat gesturing for the rich, for the $100 a month club, and I'm making content. I'm doing voice messages. I'm telling them stories, giving them the lore, giving them the Obsidian files. Not all of them at once, but some of them. So
Obsidian
that's only
files.
for the high rollers, okay? That's only for the, big time guys that come into this joint. $100 a month, Fuentes, AmericaFirst.plus for that one. Check it out.
Check it out.
Okay, with that, we're going to get into the show. Yeah, I wasn't here for the past couple days. Honestly, just wasn't really
He was
feeling
smoking
it.
the pole.
It's been a slow week. Slow week, not a lot of news. Just wasn't feeling it. It's the same stuff. Every day, it's the same thing. Don't you ever feel like that? Don't you ever get that feeling? It's like different day, same stuff. Wake up, brush your teeth, get dressed, do your thing. I just wasn't really in the mood. I wasn't really feeling it. So I just said, forget it. But I'm here now. I'm feeling it again. We're doing the show, and we have some real news. We have some real updates that we actually have to cover. So we're going to just dive into it. I'm trying to think if there's, there was one thing I wanted to actually talk about. Because I did get into a rant about this yesterday, and it was so good. Not the rant, but the tweet. So yesterday, I go on this big rant on Telegram, and I'm talking about the delusional nature of Republicans. I was kind of mad yesterday. I was kind of pissed off. I was just kind of out of sorts. And I was just thinking about how sad it is. It really weighed on me, the gravity of the situation. You think about, and this is my thing, you think about what we were promised in 2024. And it was two things. We were promised mass deportations and no new wars. That's it. Those were the big ticket items. Mass deportations and no new wars. And you fast forward a year and a half later, as you know, spoiler alert, we literally got the opposite. It's not like we didn't get them. We got the opposite of them. We got, instead of mass deportations and no new wars, we got a new war and no mass deportations at all. So it's about as clear and unambiguous of a betrayal as there could possibly be. And it's not like debatable. There are no mass deportations. It's not happening. They shut it down. They never got started. And whatever they were doing, they stopped. So that's off. And in case you haven't noticed, we're in a new war. We're in a war that we weren't in before. It's a war. It's brand new. Trump got us into it. So I can't really paint a clearer picture. We didn't get what we were promised. Everyone voted for one thing, and we got the opposite. We voted for mass deportations, no wars. We got a war, no mass deportations. Now, to me, it is then obvious what has to happen. So the people that did this to us now have to lose. Like, isn't that, to me, that just follows like a mathematical equation. It just logically follows. Okay, these people that we voted for, they promised us one thing, then they screwed us. They totally fucked us over. They rug pulled us. They lied or scammed us, or they broke the promise, however you want to say it, so they forfeited the mandate to govern. We voted for you to do these things. You've done the opposite, so now we don't want you to govern anymore. So it logically follows to me that at the minimum, you don't vote. At the minimum, you stay home. And at the furthest extent, you vote for the other side. Because the other side is the opposition. Whatever you want to say about them, we know that they're going to hold the first side accountable. They're going to challenge and oppose and degrade and diminish the side that we voted for.
The old bait and switch.
And yet, you see these people on Twitter all day, every day. It's like they're going through the stages of grief. And they're bargaining. They're in denial about it. They won't acknowledge the problem. They say, well, it's not really a war. Well, it's not boots on the ground. Well, it's not nation building. Well, Trump has been talking about a nuclear Iran for 40 years. Well, and so I went off the other day about this, and I said, at the end of the day, you are not in control here. Okay? This is the new talking point that I've heard. This is what made me think of it. And pay attention, okay, because you're going to see this on Twitter. And you might already have, maybe you already have seen this on Twitter. The new line that they're all trying out that I've heard over and over again is they keep talking about the generational coalition, which has been squandered. Huh. Have you heard this one? I see this, and I've seen it with such regularity, with such frequency, that I honestly think it is a true talking point. Like, this is something they cooked up in the group chats. It's an influenceable campaign or something like that. It's some kind of paid social campaign, or it's just one of these things that is just, this is the lingo of that clique, of that faction. But I see this on Twitter for the past couple weeks. You think about where we are. We're in this war with Iran. It's like the worst case scenario. It's just going so badly because we can't extricate ourselves from it. We can't leave. Gas prices are at an all-time high. It's going to crash the global economy. And you're thinking about how bad the situation is, and all they can say about it is this generational coalition has been squandered. Trump put together a generational coalition, and it could have been used for one thing, and it's being squandered because of the war in Iran. And I don't like that. I don't really like how they're saying that, because it almost seems like it's taking away from the other problems. Like, war in Iran is bad in and of itself. War in Iran is bad because it's going to bankrupt the country. It's another forever war. We're going to build an Israeli empire. It's a betrayal of all the promises. It's America last. Like, there's so many things you could say about it in and of itself that they will not say. They're still downplaying it. They're still minimizing it. They're still minimizing the issue and saying, well, it's not a ground war. Well, Trump is going to handle this the right way. The only thing they can bring themselves to say about it is that the war is making Trump less popular, and that will prevent someone like Vance from succeeding in the future. And that is the problem with it. Is that not the implication? They're not saying this is a deep spiritual betrayal of MAGA.
Yeah.
They're not saying this is in principle a betrayal of America first. They're not saying we're doing the bidding of Israel, that a foreign lobby brought us into this conflict. We've been suckered into it for their benefit at our expense. They won't say any of that. The most they'll say is, the war is going to make Trump unpopular, and then he can't do what he said he was going to do. And so there's this hint of they're still hanging on. They're still hanging on to this idea that Trump is who he said he was, that MAGA is what we thought it was, that Trump is still trying against every obstacle to do the right thing for, like, he's still our guy. His end game is still a total American victory. So that's one. I don't like that. They say, the generational coalition is lost. It's like, bro,
it's ridiculous.
We're 1 month deep into the Iran war.
This could be a decade.
Do you know how insane that is? Am I the only one that gets that? We are in the Iran war. You have the Iraq war. You had the Libyan war. You have the Syrian war. We're a month deep in the Iran war that Trump brought us into.
Dude.
And you're talking about a generational coalition.
That's
one.
Catastrophe.
Number two, and here's maybe the more important point, okay? The first one's a bit subtle. The more important point, and I tried to tell you this throughout 2024, and I've been telling you this throughout 2025, and listen closely, okay? Let me tell you a little something about that generational coalition. It isn't real, okay? Did Trump win the popular vote and the Electoral College? Yes. But what was the real generational coalition that came together in 2024? It was not a coalition of voters. The voters had nothing in common.
No,
you understand this, right? Who were the voters? It was a lot of Hispanics, and it was a lot of white people. And it was the podcast bros. It was guys like Joe Rogan. And it was guys like Tim Dillon and the comedians. And it was various people that were sick of wokeness. And it was apparently some Muslims and Arabs near Dearborn, Michigan, who were upset about Palestine. And it was leftists who sat out the election because of Biden's genocide in Gaza. And so on and so forth. But the real coalition in 2024 was happening on another strata. It was vertical, not horizontal. Okay, or rather, you're looking at the wrong latitude. I'll say it in that way. The generational coalition was not a latitude. It wasn't a horizontal down here of Mexicans and whites and, black people that didn't like Venezuelan refugees. The coalition was up here, different latitude, different horizontal. The real generational coalition was all of the little tech money mobilized by J.D. Vance, David Sachs, Elon Musk, Andreessen Horowitz, so all the little tech people that wanted to supplant big tech. So all the little tech people, all the effective accelerationists that wanted their drone companies, their AI companies, their rocket companies to get the government contracts instead of Bezos rocket company and Anthropic's AI company and the other drone companies from private equity. It was the little tech. The other part of the coalition was the Israel lobby, good old-fashioned Israel lobby, the Jewish media that stood down and didn't oppose Trump, the donors like Miriam Adelson that donated $100 million, AIPAC, which was involved in 24, dethroning progressives and even trying to dethrone a conservative that voted against foreign aid to Israel. And it was Wall Street. It was the bankers in Wall Street like Tim Mellon and Ken Griffin who wanted the corporate tax rate permanently lowered, who wanted a Federal Reserve chairman who was going to aggressively cut interest rates to get the velocity of money going to grow the economy. That was the real generational coalition. And that is why in 2024, 60% of the money that Trump raised was raised from the big donors, and it was only a third that was raised from the small dollar donors. The real coalition was a moneyed coalition. It was a coalition of the interests that wanted to see Republicans come in and take over from Biden. That was the generational coalition. Now, to the extent that there was a media blitz, to the extent that Mark Zuckerberg stood down in 2024, to the extent that there were all of these vibes and people thought this was a movement and we were going to end wokeness, and it was a reaction to Biden's auto pen and whatever you want to call it. That was a farce. It was a trick. It was a show that they put on for you. They were stimulating you. You were stimming. You were watching the color store. Okay, you were watching flashing lights and bright colors and hyperpop, and you were being stimulated to go out and vote for this real generational coalition of interests. And so on the contrary, the generational coalition was not squandered. The generational coalition was used and then discarded. It was put together for a particular interest. That interest has already been served. Thank you, come again. They cut the corporate tax rate last year. They're working on the AI moratorium. Doge brought Palantir in through the back door in the Pentagon and in all the departments and agencies. And we're at war with Iran. So the generational coalition was brought together to do those things. Not, it wasn't brought together and then those things happened in spite of the real aspirations of the real coalition. No, the coalition was put together to do those things. Those things are being done. Now the voting bloc is exploding and they don't care. They don't care because they got what they wanted.
Yep.
So who is left holding the bag? Who is left waiting outside on the curb? Who is left hanging in all of this? It's you. You are the sucker, the voters that thought it was going to be a never-ending Creed concert, that thought we were bringing grunge back or whatever, that it was going to be a golden age and there's going to be smart cities on the blockchain and it was going to be Columbus Day and we'd all say Merry Christmas and we're going to get trannies out of girls soccer. You are left holding the bag saying, but Mr. Trump, what about our golden age? It's not a movie. That was never going to happen, okay? And so there's something so delicious about that you have all these people, they're still hanging on. And they're still hanging on. Our generational coalition has been squandered. You got raped. You got raped. Your rapist got what they wanted, and now you are left hanging, used and abused, saying, I thought it was real love. I thought it was a real thing. Wrong. And that's what these people don't understand. They say because in their mind, the generational coalition was all of the posters on Twitter. And who are the posters? Jewish academics connected to Claremont? Next. Who are the other posters? Balding Gen X girl dads, cucks, people that care about the integrity of girls' sports, people that care about Columbus Day. People that are getting up on a stump speech at their school board meeting talking about, I'm proud to be white or something. You thought that was the generational coalition? Numbnuts?
Numbnuts.
They did. They thought that was the generational coalition was a bunch of high BMI, balding, girl dads and wife guys, a bunch of Gen X cucks, and they were going to put on their theme music. They were going to put on Linkin Park and they were going to stroll into Washington, D.C. and they were going to shit post with an A until, I don't know, they made Heritage America come back, until they made it 1990 through science or magic. Yeah, no, I hate to break it to you, but that's not politics. That's called wish casting. Okay, that's called magical thinking. That isn't real. Okay, no, the posters are not in control of anything. They're not in control of anything, and they are not calling any shots, and they have no power, and they will never get what they want. Okay, the generational coalition were the billionaire oligarchs that put up the literal hundreds of millions of dollars in donations to make all this happen. And that's why they got their cabinet picks. That's why they got taken care of in the big, beautiful bill. That's why the State Department serves at their pleasure. Okay, that is how politics works. And this is something that
Kabuki
people
theater.
need to ingest and download on a fundamental level. What does that mean for all of us? It means that we need to have our own coalition.
Kabuki theater.
Okay, you cannot put your trust in a movement where you are the junior partner. You cannot place all of your faith and all of your hopes and wishes on a movement that doesn't answer to you, that doesn't value you, that isn't listening to you, that doesn't prioritize you. Then that is a different movement than in 2016. In 2016, the message was explicitly, this is about the forgotten men and women, and we're going to drain the swamp. And we're going to create a website called greatagain.org. And we're going to hire people from inside the country to come into DC and work in government. People forget that that was a thing, but it was. Google it. In 2016, the movement was premised on the idea that it was a populist takeover leveled against the deep state. It was a loaded gun pointed at the deep state, and it was the people and our leader, Trump. But a lot has changed. In 2016, 60% of the donations were small dollar donors. Now it's the inverse. In 16, Trump said, I'm not taking super PAC money. I'm not taking billionaire money. I'm a self-funder. I'm going to fund my own campaign. I don't have donors with me. It's me and my son Barron, and that's it. It's me and my supporters. That was what the Trump rally was about. It was people power. He doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the establishment, the endorsements, but he had that people power, the excitement, the enthusiasm. That's what he represented. That's not the case anymore. And I tried to tell you that in 2024. It's different now. It's different. It's not the same. The value proposition is completely different. That was not the message in 24. And no one could say that it was. In 24, the message was, I'm running to get out of jail. I need as much money as possible. I need to be everything to everyone. Some people think we're getting mass deportations. Other people think we're stapling green cards to diplomas. Some people think they're getting the West Bank in a war with Iran. Other people think we're getting no new wars. Am I wrong? In 2024, he needed to be everything to everybody. That is how you get your generational coalition, because everybody was projecting onto him what they wanted. And that's why people in Dearborn, Michigan read a rally with him thinking he was going to free Palestine. But then Trump would go to Mar-a-Lago and hug Netanyahu, who believed Trump was going to deliver to him the West Bank. And Trump would go to a rally or the RNC where they're holding up signs that say mass deportations. Then he would go on the All In podcast and say, we're going to staple green cards to the diplomas of every foreign student that comes here. He was everything to everybody because he needed every vote, every nickel, every dime to get elected by any cost to get out of jail. And so he did. And then the chips fell where they would. Cabinet members were picked. And from then on, we knew what we were going to get. It was only a matter of time. And now here we are. And these things are happening. They're deep. It started early. We got the big, beautiful bill. Everyone hated it. We got the Epstein cover-up. Everyone hated it. We got that. They tried to sneak in that AI moratorium on regulations. Everyone hated it. Now we're getting a war with Iran. Everyone hates it. Then people say, Mr. Trump, you're squandering the coalition. Trump says, the coalition, I got out of jail. What are you talking about? He is getting the benefits conferred upon him by the presidency. He is getting legacy. He is building up his legacy for the history books. He's building a new White House next to the old one. Mm-hmm. He renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, literally leaving his mark on the map. He has these ambitions of territorial expansion, remaking the world in his image, and so on and so forth. All the things that he's done, remaking the Oval Office, the Rose Garden, turning it into a patio. The benefits are being conferred upon him, and in exchange, the benefits are being conferred upon the oligarchs. The people are holding the bag. You see? So no, the generational coalition wasn't squandered. It was a spook. It wasn't real. It was used up like a booster
mirage.
rocket and then discarded because the things they actually wanted achieved their escape velocity, to follow the analogy. The generational movement propelled Trump into office so that Trump could deliver for his backers. If he loses popularity and if, little John Doyle and all those sad little heritage Americans, if they get their hearts broken in the process, hoping and wishing and dreaming, well, that's something that they're willing to accept. And this is something you got to keep in mind. When you're talking about the world empire of the United States, they're thinking in terms of decades and centuries and in hundreds of trillions of dollars. Right. What is your complaint, citizen, denizen of Strip Mall Village? You live in a city which is really just like a glorified Main Street with a car dealership, a Holiday Inn Express, a Walmart, an Applebee's. Am I wrong? This is where you live. And lately, you're noticing it's getting a little too Mexican because the Mexicans are the migrant workers in the farms near your town or in the hospitality in your town or whatever. And you start saying, I don't like all these Mexicans in my town. You take a number and file a complaint at the help desk. I'm inconvenienced. I'm uncomfortable seeing these brown people in my Walmart, in my Applebee's, in my kid's high school or whatever. Do you think BlackRock, which has $20 trillion in assets under management, you think they care about that? Do you think that OpenAI, you think they care about that? Okay. Do you think Tim Mellon, do you think Jamie Dimon, who just built a skyscraper in New York City, do you think they care that you're inconvenienced? Who do you think brought them here? Why do you think they're here? And who brought them here? And who do they benefit? It's a new slave class brought in to replace the old one. You. They're being brought in by the elites. They're being brought in by the generational coalition because they make money, okay? Because that increases the profits of the oligarchs who funded the Trump generational coalition. So if you think that your provincial concerns from all the way out there in Nebraska or Iowa or Minnesota, you think they're reaching the imperial capital? So-and-so would...
Except he's wrong, because these immigrants are literally dying just like us. That's what America is, the great equalizer, where genetics go to die, where bloodlines go to die. Even the immigrants, one generation after they've been here, their kids stop reproducing too. So he's wrong. And the elites have realized this. Even Hillary Clinton came out and said, we were wrong. We shouldn't have done it. It was too much. Yeah, because this country and this culture, this is where fucking bloodlines go to die.
Two first names is mad that there's too many brown people in his neighborhood. They don't care. Because a pipeline needs to go through Saudi Arabia, because a pipeline needs to go through the Middle East, because the trade that goes through the Panama Canal needs to be charged and billed to a Panama controlled by the United States, and so on and so forth. So we have to think a little bit bigger. We have to think a little bit more globally, and we have to be a little more sober-minded about these things. You want to run the government? Become the government. Don't vote for Trump thinking he's going to come and save us. He's going to come down the golden escalator, which is metaphorical in many ways, rich in symbolism. He never came down the golden escalator. He never came down from his class to help us. We have to go up, okay? We have to actually ascend the escalator if we are going to take what we want. So that's the message. I know I'm kind of like, we're like an hour into the show already, but I keep seeing that message going around, and it couldn't be more emblematic. It couldn't be more definitive of how they don't get it. When they say our generational coalition got squandered. And I've been saying it in exactly that way. It's sort of sad. Your movement, our movement, your movement, my movement, to the extent that we were all part of MAGA and we have all these sentimental feelings about it, we have these attachments to it, this is all collateral damage. getting us sentimental about it, nostalgic, wistful, emotional, that's all part of it. It's getting us to emotionally invest, that's part of it. And you got to realize that in politics, there's just no place for those kinds of feelings.
Mm.
This is the biggest game in the world, and there's no room for crying, there's no room for sentimentality, there's no room for any of those kinds of feelings, only calculation. So I see these sad girl dads and wife guys on Twitter. What about our generational coalition, Mr. Trump? They, honest to God, thought a generational movement spawned in response to trannies playing soccer with their daughters and Columbus Day being renamed Indigenous Peoples Day, and because Disney Plus cast the wrong character in The Little Mermaid or something. I mean, that's literally what they thought it was. A guy like Matt Walsh, or that archetype, he really drives his daughter to soccer, watches Disney Plus with his daughter, and he thinks that is the world revolves around this, or at the minimum, the world of politics revolves around this. And it just doesn't. Sorry. It doesn't. So we have to think as an empire. You, me, we are citizens of the empire. Welcome to the American empire. We're in it. Yes, we have a global reach. No, that's not going to change. Yes, we have a massive amount of diversity, and we're going to have to live with that. Actually, we're going to have to be realistic. So we need a cutthroat mentality of increasing. You and me, citizens of the global empire, as heritage Americans, legacy, multi-generational, we have to take what is ours. It won't be given to us. No one's going to save us. No one is going to come and hand it down. We have to fight for it. We have to take what is ours. I'm so sick of all the doom and gloom. Are we going to win? Is it possible? Is America over? It's always sort of been over. We're born, we live, we die. We watch others die, we get sick. We don't get what we want. Life belongs to those. The empire belongs to those that show up and fight and win. And winning isn't easy. So that's how you have to do it. And that's how we have to approach politics. So don't get mad, get even. Don't hate the game, play the game, get in the game. That's why I tell people, you want to get involved, be a college Republican, get on a campaign, be an intern in the administration, and start working your way up the ladder. I'll tell you something, whether a Republican wins or whether a Democrat wins, there's going to be groypers in the next administration because we've taken care of things. We are outcome independent.
Hell yeah.
And just like Anthropic has their people in this government, and just like OpenAI has their people, and just like other people have their people, we need to have our own people. Outcome independent in the administration. No loyalty to Republicans, no loyalty to Democrats, loyalty to ourselves, loyalty to the country. That's what it really means to engage in politics. So anyway, that's that. I do want to move on. I want to get into our war with Iran. It's just a little bit about where we are. I do want to get into our war with Iran. We've got some big developments for you tonight. And where we left off, we are in a stalemate in the war with Iran. Week number 5 is starting. We have been in this war now for exactly 4 weeks, and there is no end in sight. It is a true catastrophe.
It is.
And we've talked a lot about why that is. The United States and Israel have engaged Iran in a joint operation using only air and sea power. They were hoping for a quick and decisive strike so overwhelming that it would topple the regime, that the masses of Iranians would rise up and change their government. And this is what the U.S. and Israel, maybe more so the United States, was counting on. But that's not what happened. The Iranian regime has proved to be resilient. And although we killed its leader and much of its leadership, although we have crippled its military and we've bombed them almost 10,000 times, the Iranian regime remains intact. And remaining intact, they still retain the capability to launch drones and missiles at the Gulf Cooperation Council nations, at U.S. military bases, at Israel, and maybe most importantly, at shipping that transits through the Strait of Hormuz. So the United States is effectively unable to achieve its strategic objectives. If its strategic objective was to quickly and decisively collapse the Iranian regime, that goal now appears to be out of reach. However, we have initiated hostilities, Iran has retaliated, and they have changed the dynamic of how the region works. By closing the strait, they have effectively seized control of the global energy market. 20% of the world's energy that transits by ship goes through the strait, and Iran is effectively controlling it via a toll. It is a drone-enforced tollway.
That's wild.
And the countries that are allied with Iran have safe passage. And Iran's oil itself is able to be exported. And nations that are willing to pay a $2 million toll, they're able to get their goods through the strait as well. But countries that are antagonistic towards Iran, countries at war with Iran or allied with those at war with Iran, they are being attacked. And so the conflict has settled into an attritional war where the United States is unable to complete its objectives. Meanwhile, in open hostilities, Iran is choking off the supply of global energy, which is badly hurting the U.S. economy, our allies in the Indo-Pacific, and the economy of Europe. So Trump is faced with a couple of options. He can escalate the war and how the war is being fought to ultimately achieve his objectives. He can, in some way or another, with an invading ground force, with a nuclear strike, those seem to be the only options. He can escalate the tactics and the fighting to ultimately achieve his aims, which is a regime change. They will be able then to suppress Iran's ability to attack the strait, and the war will be won. The alternative is he can de-escalate. By achieving a ceasefire or a truce, he can get Iran to stop choking off the strait through diplomacy, and this would be considered a tactical retreat and ultimately a strategic victory for Iran. He doesn't want to do either of these things. These are two bad options. If we withdraw, if we surrender, Iran is going to be able to extract concessions, and they will have won. If we escalate, the means by which we do so would be unacceptable. Politically, geopolitically, can't use a nuclear weapon, unprecedented, can't invade, too many casualties, not enough political capital, no morale, appetite for that domestically. So Trump is trying to find a third way out of the conflict, and we've been talking about this. It seems that he had no plan B. If he doesn't succeed and Iran closes the strait, what's the exit plan? He doesn't seem to have one. And so as the days and weeks go by, this attritional war is hurting the U.S. economy. Oil prices are higher than ever. Stock market is having another very bad week. S&P 500 is down 500 points at close earlier tonight. As all of this economic pain is setting in, Trump is trying to figure out a third way, a way to escalate the conflict, maybe not achieving total victory, but a decisive blow, a tactical victory that brings Iran to the negotiating table so that we can achieve favorable terms for a withdrawal with dignity, a face-saving tactical retreat with honor. That seems to be the play. And how he's decided to do this is to engage Iran's energy industry in a very tactful way. So far, that seems to be the elephant in the room. The only way to hurt Iran any further without actually invading Iran, we seem to be doing as much as we can with air and sea power, dropping bombs from above, launching missiles from ships. It seems that the only other way we can escalate short of a ground invasion is to begin targeting Iran's energy infrastructure, which we have avoided doing so far. And we've talked about why that is. In an attritional war, the way that Iran hurts us and uses leverage against us is by raising the price of energy by constraining its supply. Well, if we bomb Iran's energy, that only constrains the energy supply further. We take Iran's oil out of the global market, it reduces global supply, and the price goes up further. What's more, Iran will retaliate. And they will likely retaliate against energy infrastructure on the other side of the Persian Gulf, in Saudi Arabia and Qatar in particular. That will compound the effects. So you will take Iran's energy out of the market, and then Iran will take Saudi oil and Qatari LNG off the market. So it actually worsens the problem of the attritional war. And it may not even then bring Iran to the negotiating table anyway, because their regime will be intact. They'll be badly damaged, but we will be too. So it seems that Trump is trying to circumscribe how he's going to approach energy. He's finding a third way. And the third way appears to be not destroying Iran's energy infrastructure, but taking control over it. And so he's fixated on this small island called Karg Island, as you know, in the Persian Gulf. And although the oil is extracted and refined on the coastline of Iran's mainland, the actual oil is pumped out via pipeline to the island, 95% of it, where it is then loaded onto a ship and then exported. And so that seems to be the critical choke point for Iran's entire energy industry, which accounts for half of its exports. 95% of the oil, and the oil is 50% of Iran's exports. So Trump believes that he doesn't necessarily have to destroy Iran's energy infrastructure. If he can seize control over it, he can take it hostage and then use that as a counterweight to how Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. So to that end, 2 weeks ago, he bombed Karg Island, bombed its military assets. Not their energy infrastructure, but just the military assets protecting the island. In the ensuing 2 weeks, it seems that he's building up a military force to take over that island. Invading Iran on the mainland would be almost impossible because of the terrain, the size of Iran's armed forces, the scale of its missile and drone stockpile. If we tried to invade Iran's mainland, it might be a suicide mission. But if we can target this 8 square mile island, if we can use air power and electronic warfare and other means to shut down that island, shut down that zone, and put a military presence on it, then we can seize control of Iran's energy infrastructure without destroying it. We can say that that is a decisive victory. We can call that a tactical objective. That gives us the morale. That gives us, you could say, the political capital to leave the war with dignity, and it's a huge bargaining chip that we can use to extract concessions. We will release your oil if you release ours. If you release the Strait of Hormuz, we will release Karg Island back to you. That seems to be the play. Now, in the meantime, the United States does not want Iran to know that this is coming, that this is happening. And maybe more importantly, Trump does not want the stock market to know that this is happening. This is an attritional war. It's an economic war. And part of the economic war, it's not just about the actual scarcity of the commodities involved, which is oil, natural gas, fertilizer, aluminum, other things. It's also about perception. And so the demand for these commodities and how they value them in the present is dependent upon how people perceive the flow of the conflict. If they think the war is going to go on for a long time, and if they think this energy crunch is not going to end anytime soon, it makes the economic problems much more acute right now. If they think, however, that everything is going according to plan, and the war is going to be over any day, and that there's going to be an influx of oil next week or in 2 weeks, then without all the panic, it makes the economic problems less severe. So it seems that simultaneously, Trump is preparing the way for a major escalation in the conflict, an actual ground invasion, not of Iran's mainland, but of its islands. It's a huge risk, major gamble. There's a big risk of American lives. And it seems that that might be the only way out. That might be threading the needle between a disgraceful retreat, which gives Iran a strategic victory, and an unacceptable escalation. At the same time that he's preparing for this, he has to reassure the markets that this is not about to happen. And so that brings us to this past weekend and where we left off on Tuesday. Last weekend, Trump made a big ultimatum. Trump said on Saturday that if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz and end the war in 48 hours, then Trump would begin targeting Iran's power plants and its energy grid. Iran immediately replied, predictably, and they said in the event that that happens, Iran will then target all civilian infrastructure in the Gulf countries. And that's Qatar, that's the United Arab Emirates, that's Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. And Iran said not only will we attack their energy, their LNG, their liquefied natural gas, their oil, but we'll also attack their desalination plants, which they rely on for drinking water. We'll also attack their hotels, airports. We'll attack all their civilian infrastructure will be on the table. And in response to this news, everything on the market tanked. Gold, Bitcoin, stock market. This would be an apocalyptic conflict for the economy. Not just for oil and natural gas, but for everything. This would seriously tank the economy. So then before the markets opened on Monday, Trump said the deadline was extended by 5 days because Trump said that he was going to give Iran an opportunity to make a deal, that there was going to be this peace process, and he was going to give them an opportunity to find a diplomatic way out of the conflict. And so he was extending the deadline. The news from today and this week is that on Wednesday, Trump said the deadline is extended another 10 days. And so whereas the deadline was supposed to expire today or tomorrow, now the deadline expires not on Monday, but the following Monday. And Trump said that he has made this decision because the peace process is underway and Iran wants to make a deal, and they've actually agreed in principle to many points of contention in the conflict. And this is a story about that extension. This is from the Wall Street Journal. It says, quote, President Trump said earlier on Thursday that he was pausing strikes on Iran's energy sector for more than 10 days until April 6th. So that peace negotiations can take place. Trump's previous deadline was Friday. He said the extension was at Iran's request. Iran has not requested a 10-day pause and has yet to deliver a final response to a 15-point plan to end the war, according to mediators in the peace talks. Iranian officials have told the mediators that they are interested in negotiations, but the country's leadership has yet to weigh in and give a final decision. The U.S. offered a 15-point plan that essentially would swap an end to crippling sanctions for Iranian concessions on every point of conflict, including its nuclear and missile programs and support for regional militias. Iranian officials already have demanded that the U.S. scale back its excessive demands outlined in the 15-point plan before it agrees to meet to discuss a potential ceasefire. They also ruled out discussing Iran's missile program as a starting point for the talks, and they do not want to commit to ending enrichment of uranium forever. The odds of success for a ceasefire remain low, with Iran and the United States staking out maximalist demands that are unacceptable to each other side, said the mediators. So this is where we are, and this kind of catches us up from where we are before. Like I said, you've got the state of the conflict, which we're all very familiar with at this point. We're stuck here, and this has been described variously as an escalation trap. There's a lot of talk about the escalation ladder, escalation dominance, the escalation trap. You have to understand there's sort of a logic to how conflict works. There's a political dimension to how conflict works. And what I mean by that is, for example, we go in really heavy when the war starts 4 weeks ago. We blow up Iran, we blow up their leadership, we assassinate their supreme leader, half their military and civilian leadership, we sink their navy, destroy their whole country. In retaliation, they close the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we made and took a shot to kill Iran. We went for the jugular. Make no mistake about it. This was intended to be the killing blow. This was not a nicky-knack surgical strike, wasn't a tactical hit. This was a definitive, decisive killing blow, or at least intended to be. And when they say decisive, decision to come down, they mean we're going to topple the regime. It's going to be decisive. On the other side of this blow, there's going to be a different regime. And it failed. Now that it failed, Iran has done the only thing that they can, which is to close the Strait of Hormuz. Now, and this is the problem that we're in, we're realizing we can't finish the job now. We took our shot, we missed, and now it's going to be impossible to do what we initially set out to accomplish. And why is that? Because when you try to strike a killing blow, it actually has a rally around the flag effect. We killed the symbol of their regime, and so what this does is it emboldens everybody in the regime. All the hardliners, all the people that said not to trust the United States, all the people that really believe death to America, really believe in the Shiite eschatology, they're now in control. And if they weren't true believers before, they are now. So they're dug in and they're entrenched because they are facing an existential danger. We want regime change. They are the regime. We're carrying out regime change with assassination strikes. We're literally threatening to murder all of them.
Yeah.
So this is now about survival. This is not a negotiation, war as politics by other means. For them, this is now existential. Their literal backs as human beings are up against the wall. They're facing certain death. So they have to win or they die. A regime that has to win or die does not negotiate. They're not going to meet in Pakistan. They're not going to hang out and talk about concessions, at least not right away. They want to guarantee their own survival. And so what they've done in response to this is close the Strait of Hormuz, and they have let it rain on the Gulf countries. They're now inflicting the maximum amount of pain. Why? Why did they have to inflict the maximum amount of pain? Why did they have to take these steps? Bombing the Emirates 1,000 times, bombing Saudi Arabia, closing the strait, in many ways turning other countries against them. They have to do this to reestablish deterrence.
So nobody fucks
They have to
them.
do this, in a word, so that the United States doesn't try to kill them again. The United States tried to kill them. They failed. They can't succeed now. Because with all the air and sea power, they're not going to defeat all the 200,000 Iranian Guard Corps. They're not going to incite an uprising. They're not going to be able to defeat every guy with a gun that is in control of the infrastructure and institutions of Iran. So now these people that have just survived the killing shot, they have to make sure that the United States can never attack again. How do you do that? Impose the heaviest cost possible. And because Iran does not have strategic weapons that can hit the United States, they have to do it in other ways. They have to act like a porcupine as a weaker adversary. And they have to make it as painful as possible for everybody. They have to make it a drag. They have to make it unpleasant and painful. So that when the United States backs off, unable to achieve its goals, it thinks twice before they try to kill Iran again. They have to inflict the maximum amount of damage. But now the United States they're also in a bit of a bind. They also have to make a certain type of decision here. So we tried to attack Iran. We failed. If we now retreat and Iran reestablishes deterrence, then we look weak by comparison. And then other countries that we are actually holding in suspended animation right now by the threat of force, they don't take us as seriously. Maybe they start to do aggressive things. Maybe they start to do things. In other words, I'll give you an example.
More than one.
The reason that China won't invade Taiwan is they think that we will defend it, and they think that because we have deterred China from intervening. Our threat of force is credible. If they invade Taiwan, you're in a war with the United States. It's a threat of force that is credible, that is strong. You don't want to mess with us. North Korea has a nuclear arsenal. They have some ambitions of their own. Maybe they don't pursue regional ambitions for the same reason. And the same is true of other regimes in the world. The moment that the United States retreats, everybody else recognizes the calculation has changed. And what we thought, what we calculated to be the threat of U.S. intervention might be less than it was before. And now they recalibrate their foreign policy, their security policy, to be maybe more aggressive. more risk taking. Maybe they're going to test the United States, push the boundaries. As a superpower, as a world hegemon, the United States really can't afford that. And so we're sort of trapped in this situation where we don't have a lot of good options. We can't really leave here. We have to win by any cost. And what that means is there is no off-ramp. There's no way to de-escalate this without catastrophic knock-on effects for U.S. deterrence on a global level in every region. So we have to achieve some kind of credible victory. Maybe not a total victory, but a credible one. And the only way to achieve a credible victory at this point is to escalate the fighting. And this is why we say all the time, the United States is being drawn into the fight. We're not going willingly. Nobody said 10 years ago, we need a ground war in Iran. We need to decapitate Iran, and then we need a ground war, and then we need to send in troops to seize all the radioactive material. We were drawn into it step by step, working our way up the escalation ladder, killing Soleimani, ripping up the nuclear deal, calling their paramilitary a terrorist group, then authorizing cyber attacks, assassination strikes against their nuclear scientists, shooting down their missiles over Israel, going to war with their proxies, bombing their nuclear sites. And then one day you find yourself in a situation where we go for it, try to cut the head off the snake in an air campaign, and it doesn't work. And then all of a sudden, the unthinkable becomes the inevitable. All of a sudden, the only option left on the table, how do we finally get these guys? Because they just won't quit. The only option left on the escalation ladder is ground invasion or nukes. Ground invasion of some sort or nukes. We've thrown everything at this country. And it started with soft power, and then it was smart, hard power. Now it's just raw hard power. We've thrown everything at them. Maximum pressure sanctions. We have condemned them in the UN. We got together an international regime of sanctions. Again, sanction their proxies, their institutions, their leaders. Okay, then we killed the leader of their paramilitary, called it a terrorist group, shot down the drone. Did everything step by step, walking up that ladder until we did everything shy of invasion and nukes 4 weeks ago. Because we bombed them 10,000 times. We did everything, all of our standoff weapons, air power, sea power, Tomahawk missiles, some say bunker buster bombs, 5,000-pound bombs, 50,000-pound bombs. We're doing the most, doing everything. Killed their leader, literally killed their leader. They won't quit. So now, two options remaining. We can't get them to quit, can't win. How do we, the superpower, credibility and deterrence on the line against what should be a far weaker adversary, how do we finally pound them into submission? Ground invasion, nuclear weapons. This is where we are. So this is where the present calibration comes from. This is the present calculation, like we talked about. So we hit Iran very hard in the opening weeks. They don't buckle. They don't bend. They close the Strait of Hormuz. They've effectively seized control of global energy. This is a humiliating embarrassment to the United States because we couldn't achieve our objectives, and now they've taken control of the global economy, and we can't stop them. Why can we not take back control of the Strait of Hormuz? Because we can't stop them from launching drones and missiles. It's impossible. These weapon systems are too abundant, too mobile, too small. They're effective. They're too cheap. Iran is always making more of them, importing more of them, can launch them from anywhere, from a long distance, a short distance, tethered to a fiber optic cable or using radio. They can always launch drones. The Strait of Hormuz is 10, 20 miles wide at its narrowest stretch. So it is impossible for us to open up the strait. We are being humiliated and embarrassed, and we can't end the conflict on Iran's terms. We cannot end a conflict where the terms are dictated by a far weaker power. And we can't end the conflict, and the concession is that Iran took control of the strait and retained control of the strait. We went for a decisive killing blow, and they came out expanding their territory and power. They came out not only surviving, but better off.
Kicking ass.
And understand that would be the result. We killed their leader, dropped 10,000 bombs, sank their navy, and somehow they expanded their control. Now they control one of the single most important choke points in international trade.
They literally came out with more power and
so
better off.
Trump is left with one option: escalate to de-escalate. Escalate to achieve a favorable peace on our terms. And that is the only conversation that is legitimate here. This was determined, maybe you could say a week into the conflict, that this was going to happen. And so, like I said, this is my take on what is happening. Trump has effectively resolved that if he cannot topple the regime, and again, that became very clear within the first or second week, if Trump cannot quickly topple the regime, and if Iran will not open up the strait, and they're going to extract major concessions, even if they get a ceasefire, they're going to seize control of it, then Trump has a narrow lane to escalate the fighting, to achieve a tactical victory, to then maybe get a more favorable agreement, to get a truce, a ceasefire, and end the fighting. Maybe not forever, but at least for now. And Trump has calibrated that the only way to do that, we can't invade their country, we can't drop a tactical nuke on them. We're going to have to do some kind of surgical ground intervention on an island to take control of energy. And that's either going to be in the Persian Gulf or in the Strait of Hormuz. And it's going to be an island. And so what he did 2 weeks ago, like we talked about, I believe this was on a Friday, he seized control, or rather, he used an airstrike to bomb the military assets on Karg Island. And what that did is it rendered Karg Island vulnerable for an invasion. Karg Island, again, it's that energy hub. It has all their oil infrastructure for exporting their energy products. But in the north of the island is where they have a military airstrip, and they have a radar system, and they have an anti-air system. Trump bombed all of that, took it all offline. And then he came back the following week, if you remember, I believe this was last Tuesday or Wednesday, and Trump said, we're not going to do any attacks on Iran's energy, reassuring the markets, maybe even reassuring Iran. Then there's talk of diplomacy the next day. They say that Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey are trying to get a peace deal together. The following weekend, after the Karg Island attack, Trump makes his big 48-hour ultimatum and says, if you don't open up the strait, then we're going to destroy your power plants and your power grid. Before the markets open, Trump calls it off, extends the deadline. The deadline approaches. Trump extends it again. And in the meantime, there's all this talk about diplomacy. They say there's a peace process. They say there's negotiations, intermediaries underway. They say that Iran is amenable to negotiations. They don't want to be public about it. They're not very trusting. All of this is happening in the background. Now, the current deadline extends until the following Monday. Over the past 2 weeks, so let's say Karg Island was 2 weeks ago. In the past 2 weeks, and in the next 2 weeks, until the next deadline, this is a 4-week stretch, you have seen actually a second military buildup in the Middle East. From the time that Trump bombed Karg Island 2 weeks ago until the end of the next deadline on April 6th, Trump will have deployed another aircraft carrier into the region. He will have deployed an additional 20,000 troops, and that includes 5,000 Marines, 5,000 airborne, 10,000 other soldiers. There might be more on the way. And what all of that looks like is they're putting in place a small force package, not a big one, but maybe the biggest special forces operation that has ever been conducted, very logistically difficult, to seize one of the islands. They're putting all those pieces in place while there is a ruse, not just for Iran, but more so for the public and for the markets of peace talks. And under the cover of that story, they're building up a force posture to take over one of those islands. That's the only way that the United States is able to counterintuitively de-escalate the conflict, is to first escalate it. How do we know this? There's another story yesterday, about the size of the force package. Like I said earlier in the week, so far you've got 5,000 Marines. They will arrive in the Persian Gulf this weekend. You've got another 5,000 airborne troops that are on notice. They have an 18-hour window to deploy anywhere in the world. As of yesterday, the Pentagon reports there could be another 10,000 troops going into the region. This is from the Journal. It says, quote, "The Pentagon is looking at sending up to 10,000 additional ground troops to the Middle East to give President Trump more military options, even as he weighs peace talks with Tehran. The force, which would likely include infantry and armored vehicles, would be added to the roughly 5,000 Marines and thousands of paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division who have already been ordered to the region. It is unclear where precisely forces will go in the Middle East, but they will likely be within striking distance of Iran and Karg Island, a crucial oil export hub off of Iran's coast. Trump has repeatedly said he will open the Strait of Hormuz with or without the help of U.S. allies." So it's a force package now of 20,000. It started with 2,200. Now it's 20,000.
Wow.
We thought earlier in the war that you were only going to have one aircraft carrier in the region. You had two initially, the Abraham Lincoln and the Gerald Ford. As of last week, the Gerald Ford probably got hit by an Iranian missile. They said it was a fire in the laundry room. Now they're saying the damage is far more extensive. That carrier has been taken out of the picture. It's being repaired in Greece. Another carrier is being deployed to the region. A Marine Expeditionary Unit is being deployed. You got 3,000 to 5,000 paratroopers. And now they're saying 10,000 more ground forces. And what it seems like, and this is what everybody's reporting, it's not my idea. I did say it, though, right after Karg Island was bombed. What everybody now is saying is that there's going to be a major ground operation. This is being reported by sources in the Pentagon. It's in all the major papers. There was a closed-door hearing of the Armed Forces Committee, and 3 Republicans left that meeting and said, "We are against a ground war," which seems to imply that they were briefed about future ground operations. Today, at the G7 summit in Europe, Marco Rubio told our allies we will be in a war with Iran for 2 to 4 more weeks. Well, what's in 2 weeks? Your April 6th deadline. So we'll be at war at least until that deadline. Well, if the deadline expires, then we're going to be at war for 2 more weeks after that. So all the evidence is pointing towards there's going to be a major ground operation to take back the island. Let's talk about that operation. How exactly is this going to work? The problem that we're facing, by the way, is that we can't open up the strait because the strait is this big. The Strait of Hormuz is like 8 miles across, 20 miles across at its narrowest point. And so Iran, they don't even have to be looking to shoot a drone from 100 miles inside the country and hit a ship going through the strait. It's also, there's 2 lanes. So you got ships going one way and the other way. It's a very narrow stretch. And then in terms of where they can actually sail, it's narrower than that. So Iran is dialed in. They've got it on lock. You can't get a commercial vessel or even a U.S. destroyer through the strait because it's that vulnerable. And it's vulnerable because Iran is a very big country with a big coastline, and they are launching drones and missiles from everywhere all the time. Some precise, some imprecise, but the target is so small they're going to hit it. Well, Karg Island is 8 square miles. So the island is not bigger than the narrowest point of the strait. If they could hit the strait, they could hit the island. And it's the same problem. Karg Island is not far from Iran's coastline. It's only, I think, 10 miles off the coast of Iran. I don't have all the precise measurements here, all the precise numbers. It's not far from Iran's coastline. So you have the same problem on the island that you have in the strait. If you can't sail a vessel through the strait without getting hit by drones and missiles, how are you going to land on an island without being hit by drones and missiles? So the plan seems to be that this amphibious assault force, the Marines, are going to land on the island and take the island. They're going to come under heavy fire from drones and missiles. They're prepared for that. The plan is to send in attack helicopters that are going to shoot down the drones, and they're going to move some of their anti-missile systems away from the other targets, the U.S. bases that have been destroyed, and those systems will be put in place to protect the island. So they will land, they will repair the runway of the airstrip, which was bombed by Trump. They're going to seize control of the military facilities, and they're going to prepare the way. The paratroopers will land on that airstrip, bringing reinforcements, bringing supplies, and then maybe those 10,000 or more other troops who will surely be deployed in Kuwait or at hotels and bases elsewhere in the Gulf, then they will be reinforcing, and a logistics supply chain will be established, and they will control the island. They will be there for a prolonged occupation. But again, if we can't shoot down all the drones and missiles in the strait, how are we going to have a 100% success rate on the island? If we can't shoot them down in Doha and Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Riyadh, how are we going to get them on Karg Island? Do you understand that Iran has destroyed at least 13 bases?
Yeah, they're uninhabitable.
The Pentagon is lying to us. Iran hit the Gerald Ford and took it out of commission. They told us about the Gerald Ford that there was a fire in the laundry room. Well, it's being repaired for 2 weeks. You're telling me that the biggest and most sophisticated U.S. carrier, which is the biggest and most expensive class of ships that we have, the Ford class carrier, you're telling me that got taken offline for 2 weeks because of a fire in the laundry room? That's not true. Simultaneously, 13 U.S. bases in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, elsewhere, Qatar, they have been taken offline. This is more damage to U.S. air bases, I believe, than any point during the Iraq War. These bases have been rendered inoperable. The damage is extensive. They're underreporting the extent of it. And they're actually putting up soldiers now in hotels because they can't stay at the bases. There was an attack at a base in Saudi Arabia that killed 13 people today. There was another attack last week. It took out 5 refueling aircraft. They're allegedly shooting aircraft out of the sky over Iranian or Iraqi airspace. So here's the question. We can't protect the strait. We can't protect our military bases. We can't protect our floating base, which is the carrier. How are we going to protect an island that's off the coast of Iran? And the coastline of Iran is 600 miles. So you've got 600 miles of coastline from which Iranians are going to be launching fiber optic drones that can't be jammed. Literally have an unspooling fiber optic cable behind it connected to the receiver. How are you going to shoot down hundreds of drones flying at the island? How are you going to shoot down what may be Iran's most precise and advanced missiles that they haven't used yet because they're waiting to exhaust U.S. interceptors? The inevitable conclusion is that this is a suicide mission wherever we do it, whether we do it on Karg Island or whether we do it in the Strait of Hormuz. And they know that. Israel knows that. The United States knows that many soldiers are going to die. 20,000 soldiers are going in. Probably more than that are going to go in the long run. It's not going to be 200,000 yet, but it's going to be more than 20,000. There's a population on the island of 20,000. You don't think they're building IEDs? You don't think they're armed? There's a civilian population of oil workers on the island of 20,000. Ready? They do this. They do it all the time. They did it when we withdrew from Afghanistan in 21. They told us this story about ISIS-K and blah, blah, blah. They're doing that now. And they're telling us a lot of Americans are going to die. The Israelis are telling us Americans are going to die, but that's okay. We're okay with that. Americans are going to die. And it's questionable whether they're even going to be able to hang on to the island, because once they take it, they're going to be under heavy fire. And the Iranians know it's coming. A couple of days ago, Iran's parliamentary speaker said, we have intelligence that the U.S. is going to try to invade an island. And they said, we are going to target all the infrastructure of the Gulf country that is helping them to do it. That's either the Emirates or Saudi Arabia. They're going to be raining missiles down. They might even hit their own energy infrastructure. They might even do that. They'd rather lose it than have the United States control it. And then they'll attack desalination in the Gulf. Then they'll attack Saudi Aramco, or they'll attack desalination in Dubai. Because this is it for them. This is an existential battle for them. They either use it or they lose it. So this is how they're thinking. If they lose this war, the United States is going to take another swing at them. They have to win and impose conditions on us. They're fighting to the finish. They're not going to let the United States take control of their energy and then they're negotiate on unfavorable terms, give up their missiles, their nukes, their proxies, their oil, and wait for the United States to topple their government. They got nothing to lose. We have everything to lose. We take the island. If we win, we might bring an end to the war. If we lose and it's a suicide mission, then they're going to retaliate against Saudi energy, and it's going to be a catastrophe for us. If we take and hold the island, they might bomb their own energy and Saudi's energy, and it's a catastrophe for all of us. And what this appears to be is very similar to the first operation. It's another trap. It's another trap. We killed their supreme leader, sank their navy. We dropped 10,000 bombs on them. It's not enough. You got to do an invasion. We don't want to do an invasion. How about a small one? How about an island? Okay, I guess,
this is a fortress.
we still want to win this thing. What happens when that doesn't work?
When do you let go?
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
You're going to retreat. It's a sunken cost fallacy. We can't retreat now. We're too invested, so we got to go for the island. What happens when we lose the island? Well, we can't quit now. Look at how many Americans died. What happens when 1,000 Americans die and we don't take the island? Are we going to say, oh, well, we tried. We wash our hands of this. We lost.
Nope.
Does that make it more or less likely that we de-escalate? It's already impossible that we de-escalate. They're probably not even thinking about it. What happens when 1,000 Americans die? More or less likely than now. Then we're gonna come in with a vengeance. Oh, they killed 1,000 Americans. Now they really gotta pay. Now we need to send in 1,000,000 troops. We need to get the Kurds and the Saudis and the Emiratis, and we need a coalition war. What happens when the UK and France deploy their only operable destroyers to the Strait and they lose them? Are they going to be involved in the war too? Is it going to be a coalition war now in Iran?
Literally Iraq 2.0.
This is what we're talking about. What does Israel want in the conflict? Israel wants regime change. They're not going home without it. They're having these peace talks. The U.S. and the intermediaries are threatening peace talks. What does Israel have to say about it? They say, we got to hit Iran as hard as we can in the next 2 days because peace might break out at any time. They have not let go of the dream of regime change, and they're not letting go to the people that will deliver it, which is us. They're drawing us further in. They want Americans to die. They want us to up the ante so that we get further stuck. So we have fewer and fewer off-ramps and options. And so the only possible path through is more escalation until we collapse the regime. And they will fight this war to the last American. Israel will fight their war with Iran to the last American, to the last gallon of oil, to the last barrel of oil, gallon of gas. That's what this is. Of course, Israel wants us to up the ante. The more that we have invested, the more that we've lost, the more we have to recoup. So this is where it's going, and I don't like it. It's very unpredictable. It comes down to the president. It comes down to whether this operation succeeds, and literally it could go either way. And
it's not that it's unpredictable. It's that it's perfectly predictable, and none of us want to believe our eyes. It's objectively obvious what's going to happen. but none of us want to believe that it's true. Of course we don't. This is like the worst possible outcome, but it is what it is.
Fate of the world hangs in the balance. If Trump can get a deal and de-escalate, we can all breathe a sigh of relief. The Antichrist and his arrival is postponed. But if we fail and Americans die, get ready for another year of $200 oil. Get ready for oil to be $200 a gallon until 2028. And whatever the knock-on effects are of that on our AI economy, there are a lot of indicators that this is not going to go the way you think it will. That is the current state of the conflict. Now, in the meantime, they're prepping J.D. Vance to take over the peace talks. We covered this on Tuesday, and I am so vindicated. I said this last week. I said it last Monday. I said when David Sachs, and you know what else I found out? So that's the state of the conflict. That's the tactics. That's the strategy. That's your geopoll. Now let's talk about politics. So last week you had Joe Kent resign from the admin and yada, 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 right? Okay. Well, what nobody noticed, nobody was paying attention, wasn't last Saturday, but the Saturday before that, I was paying attention. David Sachs, the AI czar in the White House, he was the first admin official to come out against the war. David Sachs came out 2 Saturdays ago, and he said, we need to bring the war in Iran to a close. Do you know that as an AI czar, he's the temporary government employee? They can only bring him on for 120 days. His term just expired. Interesting timing. So David Sachs, because he's not a cabinet level appointee, I don't know how all these regulations work, but there's a lot of regulations about how and under what conditions you can hire people in the administration. He was brought on for a limited time role. He only had 120 days as an AI czar, unofficial post. And his term just expired this week. Now he's going to be the chairman of the National Science and Technology Council. He's on the board or something. But his term just expired. But not before last week. He was the first Trump administration official, technically speaking, to say the war should end. That was 2 Saturdays ago. Then a few days later, Joe Kent resigned as the director of counterterrorism under the DNI with his letter saying that he's against the war in Iran. Then he went on Tucker the following day. And you know what I said 2 weeks ago? I said, I smell an operation. This is an op. Why? Because these are 2 Vance allies. These are 3 Vance allies. David Sachs, it cannot be understated. He is the Jew behind Elon Musk. Not really. He's actually a reasonable guy. I shouldn't say that because he's pretty reasonable, but he is a Jew. And he has been in Peter Thiel's orbit since 1992. They went to Stanford together. They wrote, what is it? The Diversity Myth. That was the book that kind of put Peter Thiel on the map. They co-wrote Diversity Myth, and they went on like a little tour together, and they were at Stanford. So David Sachs was with Peter Thiel from the beginning, as was Tucker Carlson, who has known Peter Thiel since 92 as well. They met in D.C. at some Fed convention, and Tucker, I believe, met the 2 of them. So Tucker is tight with Thiel. David Sachs is tight with Thiel. David Sachs was at PayPal and Confinity at the beginning. Confinity, that was Peter Thiel's peer-to-peer payment platform before PayPal, which Elon Musk then joined in the year 99 or 2000. So these guys are all there at the beginning. David Sachs and Thiel have been boys since college, and they were there before PayPal was PayPal. And then Elon Musk joined PayPal. And Peter Thiel has known Tucker since 92. They've all been there since the beginning. J.D. Vance, as you know, is a creation of Peter Thiel. J.D. Vance met Peter Thiel and he was at Yale. And Vance said that was the most important meeting of his lifetime. And Peter Thiel hooked him up with his first job in Silicon Valley at some biotech firm. And then Peter Thiel hooked him up with his job at a venture capital firm. And then Peter Thiel hired him at his venture capital firm. And then when Vance started his own venture capital firm, Peter Thiel funded it. And that venture capital firm invested in other companies that Peter Thiel had invested in. And then when Vance ran for Senate, Peter Thiel funded it to the tune of $15 million, as did David Sachs, who gave him $1 million. And when J.D. Vance sought the vice presidency, it was Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and David Sachs, and Tucker Carlson that persuaded Trump to nominate him. When Vance ran for Senate, Tucker Carlson promoted him 45 times on Fox News, and they're friends. And Tucker Carlson's son, Buckley, works in J.D. Vance's office, the press office, as a matter of fact. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting that J.D. Vance's comms team has Tucker Carlson's son working in it. Do you think that Tucker Carlson's son talks to his father? J.D. Vance's comms team that talks to the press employs Tucker Carlson's son. Well, Tucker Carlson is part of the press, and he talks to his son. Okay, it goes around and around and around like this. Joe Kent ran for office in 2022. Peter Thiel maxed out his contribution for him. Tucker Carlson promoted his campaign on his show repeatedly. Joe Kent is in the CIA. Tucker Carlson's dad was in the CIA. Peter Thiel is a CIA contractor. His billions come from Palantir, which got venture capital funding from In-Q-Tel, the CIA's venture capital firm. Around and around it goes. Tucker Carlson's Tucker Carlson Network got seed funding from the Rockbridge Institute. That's Chris Buskirk from Claremont, Thiel-funded think tank. He got the money from 1789 Capital, created at Rockbridge, which is a Vance venture capital firm. It just goes around and around. These people are all connected, okay? So when David Sachs says he's against the war, and then Joe Kent says he's resigning from the admin over the war, and then Tucker interviews Joe Kent,
for sure.
You can bet that something is going on with J.D. Vance. Why? Because J.D. Vance is being sidelined by the Israelis. Why? Because Vance is friends with Tucker. Tucker criticizes Israel. So the Israelis are wondering if they have Vance in their pocket. He's not the safe option.
So they've made
Increasingly,
Rubio.
They see Rubio as the safe option.
He's the golden boy.
Vance wants to run for president in 2028.
Rubio
right now,
is
he's the
definitely
favorite.
the
Israelis want to change that. The Israelis, the Jew Zionists, they want to get Rubio in his position instead.
But Rubio hasn't done anything special.
Are actually perfectly happy to see Trump fail because of the Iran war, because they know that Vance will fail with the administration, and they want him to.
And Rubio only
they're playing
does
a lot
what
of
Trump
games
asks.
to convince people that Vance is responsible for the war. And
Just
they're trying
Trump
to have
salesman.
him hanged alongside Trump by this catastrophe, which is the war. So Vance's people are running a counter operation to save him from that culpability. How? They're trying to promote him as the negotiator who will end the war. So that's why they got David Sachs and Joe Kent out there protesting the war, because they want Trump to see that. And inside the admin and outside the admin, they're suggesting that maybe Vance should be the one that extricates Trump from this quagmire. Kushner couldn't do it. Witkoff couldn't do it. Maybe Vance can. So there's been all these reports since this weekend, that the only man for the job to end the war is Vance. And this is coming from inside and outside. It seems there are elements inside the administration that want Vance to lead the charge. So now the Israelis are going to the press and saying, well, the only people that want Vance to take the initiative on this are the Iranians. Vance's allies inside and outside are saying, if anyone can bring an end to the conflict, it's J.D. Vance, because they want him to be at that negotiating table, getting the credit for ending the war. Why? So that in 2027 or 28, when he's grilled and they say, where were you when the Iran war started? He could say, well, I didn't agree with it, but I supported my president and I brought an end to it. I was the one that negotiated an end to it. They're solving the Iran problem for him early. Well, the Israelis have anticipated this and they're countering him. How? They're going to their papers. Miriam Adelson's paper in Israel said Vance and Netanyahu are fighting. And the New York Post, a Murdoch-owned paper, friend of Netanyahu, says the only people that want Vance to negotiate with the Iranians are the Iranians.
That's ridiculous.
Why are they saying that? They're saying that because they want to poison pill the idea. Well, the only people that want Vance to lead the negotiations are the enemy, because the enemy thinks they can get one over on him. They're lobbying Trump. The Vance people are lobbying Trump to let Vance take the lead and solve his Iran problem. The Israelis are lobbying Trump, saying the only people that want Vance to lead it are the enemy because they think they can take advantage of him. Don't let Vance lead the charge. There's this battle going on. And I anticipated this, and I told you this was the case. And this is the story from Axios, from Barak Ravid.
Which is a fucking
quote,
Israeli
Vice President J.D. Vance is preparing to take on the most
soldier.
important assignment of his career, steering U.S. efforts to end a war he'd been concerned about waging in the first place. Was he concerned?
Right.
Says who? Says Barak Ravid?
I
don't trust Barak Ravid. Says who? The Israelis? I don't trust, or I don't know, some of the Jews in the administration? I don't trust them. Some people say he was in favor. Other people say he was skeptical about the war in the first place. Not so sure about that.
You sure
It says
about
Vance has already made multiple calls with Netanyahu, met Gulf allies about the war, and has been involved in indirect communications with the Iranians. He's expected to be the top U.S. negotiator in potential peace talks. Is he? Whose expectations are those? Says who? This is like, watch House of Cards. They're speaking it into existence. Nobody was expecting that Vance would lead the negotiations. They're saying that. They're engaging in creation. They say he's widely expected. No one's expecting that. They want people to acquiesce to this, to accede to this.
When they say something like that, it's because they're trying to invent
Vance is going to, so people are saying you're going to be the guy, huh? Oh, I suppose so.
It's such bullshit.
It's a trick. Vance was highly skeptical of Israel's rosy pre-war assessment of how the war would unfold.
It's disgusting.
And currently expects the war to continue for another few weeks, say U.S. and Israeli sources. Was he skeptical? Because the New York Times says he was all in. All in. Interesting that some of the stateside sources from the Times say he was all in, but some of the Israeli sources and U.S. sources say no, he was
a
very
traitor.
skeptical. It's hard to know what to believe here.
Fucking bullshit.
Vance advisors think some in Israel are trying to undermine the VP, possibly because they find him insufficiently hawkish. Israeli officials deny that.
Israel.
President Trump made Vance's role official in a cabinet meeting on Thursday, asking the VP to give an update on Iran and noting that he was working with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on the negotiations. A senior official said if the Iranians can't strike a deal with Vance, they don't get a deal. He's the best they're going to get. Why do you think they're saying that?
He has a good head for backroom
a White House official
maneuvering.
Sought to tamp down the speculation, saying that Witkoff and Kushner are still working their lines and the VP is ready to play his part if negotiations ripen, but we aren't there yet. The Iranians need to decide if and how they want to come to the table. Administration officials suspect foreign agents of spreading the word that Iran wants to negotiate with Vance. Vance advisor Andrew Sarabian said on X that a CNN report to that effect was evidence of a foreign propaganda op. He didn't say it was Israel. An administration official told Axios, referring to the narrative that the Iranians see Vance as inclined to cut a deal and get out, it's an Israeli op against JD. There's no evidence of such an Israeli operation, says Axios.
Except
White House officials started suspecting that some in the Israeli government were trying to smear Vance after a difficult phone call on Monday between Netanyahu and Vance. In the call, Vance mentioned that several of Netanyahu's predictions about the war had proven to be too optimistic, particularly when it came to prospects of a popular uprising to topple the regime, according to an Israeli and U.S. source. The day after that call, a right-wing Israeli newspaper owned by Miriam Adelson reported that Vance had yelled at Netanyahu over the issue of settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. Multiple U.S. and Israeli sources said the story was erroneous, and Vance advisors suspected it was leaked by the Israeli side. An Israeli official denied Netanyahu planted the story and said his office had actually denied it when approached by reporters from multiple outlets. So I told you this was happening. I told you something is up in the White House. Something is up. And if I were to guess, I would say it is this. This war is a disaster.
Of course.
And Vance owns the war. Why? Because he's the vice president. Why? Because his comparative advantage against Rubio is that he's America first, a national populist, and so on. Rubio, as Secretary of State, may not serve the full 4 years. And either way, he will be credited with the Caribbean portfolio, not the Middle East. He will be credited for the successful Southern Spear operation, the takeover in Venezuela, the operation forthcoming in Cuba, not the debacle in the Middle East. And Rubio is sidestepping the issue. What's more, Rubio is now the favorite of the Israelis and the pro-Israel Jews as of the last several months. Why? Because after my interview with Tucker and Tucker's general anti-Semitism, which I don't agree with, by the way, I'm against blood guilt. Tucker seems to hate Jews. I don't, because I'm a Christian and I hate blood guilt. So I agree with Tucker on a lot of things. I don't agree that when he says things like hummus-eating Pharisees that killed Christ, I'm like, hey man, I don't agree with the blood guilt, okay? We all killed Christ because our sins put him on the cross. So I don't agree with that. Tucker's a little too hardcore, and I think he should really lighten up and stop hating Jews so much. Anyway, that's just an aside. But it's Tucker's anti-Semitism. It's his hatred of Israel. It's his alliance with me, which is deep and fruitful and deepening all the time, every single day. We have a great relationship. It is my friendship with Tucker, and it is Tucker's connection with Vance, which has made the Jews and the Israelis skeptical of Vance. They told us. After my interview with Tucker, after the Tucker cost, Republican Jewish Coalition held a summit in Vegas, and Mark Levin, the chief propagandist in the war, he said, we, the Jews, have our resources, our clout, our positions, and we're going to use them. He said, and we're going to be watching very carefully at who associates with who and who disavows who. He said, and we're going to make our decisions for 2028. And what he was implying is this. If Vance doesn't fire Buckley Carlson, if Vance doesn't disavow Tucker and the Groypers, then organized Jewry will back somebody else. That is what he was saying. They were all telegraphing that, if you have eyes to see and ears to hear. And ever since then, ever since late October, the Jewish money has quietly been moving to Rubio. If you pay attention, the evidence for this is everywhere. He's so presidential. He gave that NATO speech in Europe. He handled Venezuela. He's so competent. And at a White House meeting, 25 Wall Street donors raised their hand in a meeting with Trump and said they prefer Rubio to Vance. So the Israeli money was already moving. Okay, world Jewry was already moving against Vance and in favor of Rubio. And this Iranian war, this is just the cherry on top. This is what will bury Vance. They're going to get Vance to own the liability. They'll save their boy Rubio. This is their plan. Well, the Vance people are not going down without a fight. They see this. They're countering it. How? Well, they're against the war, actually, because they think it will hurt JD's chances. This is why Bronze Age pervert is against the war. He's allowed to be, even though he's a Jew. Tucker is against the war. I think he's also just against war in general. And there's a faction from within the CIA that is against the war. They're pro-Israel, but they're against the war. More on that later. So they're trying to save JD's fat ass. How? Well, they had Joe Kent leave. Why?
Pig.
Because he's going to endorse Vance in 2027 or 28, and he'll have credibility. All the people that are against the war are going to say, well, where was J.D. Vance during the Iran war? And in comes Joe Kent to say, remember me, remember my letter. I was a conscientious objector. Well, I endorse Vance. He's being put into place, mark my words. So will Tucker, so will the others. Yeah. And they, at the same time, are working inside and outside the administration to give Vance the opportunity to end the war. Why? Because that's the line they're going to use during the primary. They're going to take a negative and turn it into a positive. It goes from Vance was a pussy and hid because he didn't want to be blamed for this catastrophic war to Vance was quiet because he didn't want to defy his president, his boss, but he had his reservations. And in the end, he was the lead negotiator that ended the war. Counterattack. The Israelis see Team Vance moving, and they're countering it. How? They're poisoning the well. Jews love poisoning wells. They love Christian blood for ritualistic purposes.
Drinking the children's blood.
That's a joke. They don't do that. That's a Tucker Carlson belief. I don't subscribe to that. That's something Tucker Carlson is really plugged into, I think. He thinks Jews poisoned the wells in the Middle Ages to kill Christians, to kill Goyim. I imagine he thinks that. And I think that's blood guilt. And I don't like that shit because I'm a Christian. Anyway, I tried to talk him in off the ledge. He wouldn't listen. When I went on his show, I was extending an olive branch. I was trying to convince him, bro, we shouldn't hate these people just because they're Jewish. Like, he wouldn't listen. That's a joke. Anyway. But so the Israelis, they are poisoning the well. If Team Vance is trying to save him by anointing him the lead negotiator who will save us from the war, the Israelis are sabotaging this effort. How? They're going into the Israeli press and saying, you know, Vance hates Israel. They're going into the American press and they're saying the only people that want Vance to lead the negotiations are the Iranians because the Iranians know they could pull one over on him. And it tracks because they're saying that Tucker is a Qatari and an Iranian, right? If they say the Iranians want Vance and the people that want Vance to lead the negotiations are the Iranians, well, they say Tucker is pro-Iran. They say that whole scene is Iranian, Qatari. It fits, it tracks with this. They're poisoning that. Now, what are we supposed to think and feel about this? Well, let me tell you something. You might be inclined to say, well, if Vance is going to end the war, who are we to oppose? And I sort of agree with that, actually. You know what? If Vance can end the war, then good for him.
Exactly. Good for him.
I believe Tucker and Joe Kent and David Saxon Vance, they are against the war. I believe that. I believe that's true. And it is a good thing. If Miriam Adelson and Rupert Murdoch are poisoning the well and they're trying to hurt.
Obviously, we need a countervailing force, and Tucker and Vance, they play that force, and they haven't won like with the Iran war and shit, but they're there nonetheless. There is that force acting on the administration.
Vance. If Mark Levin is against Vance, then that's a good thing for Vance. That means that's good.
Yeah, he's a scumbag.
That being said, I am a little bit still skeptical. The reason, number one, they want to save Vance. More than that, number two, these people that are either involved with the foreign government or the CIA, I'm talking about Tucker, Kent, Vance, Sachs, Peter Thiel, to the extent that they are against the war, it is not because they are against Israel. They're not. They're not against Israel, and they make it clear all the time. Joe Kent says, I'm not saying we're against Israel. I'm against Netanyahu. I'm against the war. You notice that Tucker says the exact same thing? Tucker says, I'm not against Israel. I'm against the war. I'm against Netanyahu.
He's hurting
when he interviewed
Israel.
Piers Morgan in Saudi Arabia last year, Piers Morgan said, why are you against foreign aid to Ukraine but not Israel? How much foreign aid should we give Israel? Tucker wouldn't answer the question. He wouldn't say one way or the other. Should we cut foreign aid? Should we not? Wouldn't commit. Why? It's because they represent a faction. They're not anti-Israel. They're not against world Jewry even. They actually see Israel as an indispensable ally. They just believe that the hardliners in Israel, the hardliners, a faction of the regime, want the United States to do more than is in our interest. And would be detrimental because we need to do things elsewhere, specifically in China. Tucker's a China hawk. Vance, Thiel, Bannon are China hawks. Steve Bannon at CPAC, I'm very disappointed. I thought me and Steve Bannon were going to be friends. But I have to say, Steve Bannon took the stage at CPAC and says, I like Josh Hammer. Josh Hammer's a great guy. No, he isn't. Josh Hammer is the scum of the earth.
He is. Count
Josh
Chocula.
Hammer hates whites, is a dual loyalist.
He's a sick piece of shit.
He's a Israel first Jew
Count
who it could not
Chocula.
be more clear his contempt for this country and its people.
Yep.
No, he's not a good guy. He's not a patriot. He's a dirtbag and he's a fucking idiot and he's ugly.
Preach. He's a Count
Bannon
Chocula
is a
with the
China
motherfucker.
hawk. Tucker is a China hawk. Thiel is a China hawk. They're not anti-Israel. They are incidentally Israel critical because the hardliners in Israel want us to fight Iran and not China. That's their problem. There's only enough Patriot missile batteries and THAAD systems to go around. There's only enough U.S. force to go around. And they don't want it in Ukraine. That's why they're against the war in Ukraine. And they don't want it in the Gulf because they don't want a war with Iran. They want it in Taiwan. They want it in Taiwan to defend against China because they see that as the future. And I'm not necessarily against that per se. I'm not against that in and of itself in principle because I think that's a more appropriate U.S. posture for sure. It's not all wrong. There's some nuance here. There's some subtlety. But I do believe that unless we confront world Jewry, I don't know that China is our biggest threat. I honestly do believe it is going to be an Israeli superstate. Whatever Israel becomes after this conflict, I believe that might be the biggest threat to America. China has some long-term problems baked in. Yes, they have this shipbuilding capacity. Yes, they have a more purchasing power. They have a much larger industrial base and so on. But China's got some problems baked in. And at the end of the day, we can share the world with China.
Yeah.
And China has not penetrated our system to the same extent as the Jews. And so I really believe that if your posture is, we could be friends with Israel, we just need to kind of get them to back off a little bit so that we can focus on China. Directionally, I'm not against that, but I think you're putting the cart before the horse. I think we have to actually prioritize
It's not as big of a
extricating our society from the influence of international Jewry first. Although that sounds crazy, I think first you got to get these Jews out of AI. That's our number one national security threat. Yes, there's a race going on between Chinese AI and American AI. But American AI isn't even American because it's run by Sam Altman. And it's run by all these people. I mean, our Silicon Valley is penetrated by Unit 8200, by Mossad. It's not really ours. And you see this energy crisis. What happens when Israel controls that choke point, not Iran?
That's not good.
What happens when Israel controls the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf rather than the Houthis and Iran? What then? Israel wants to colonize the islands in Greece. Israel wants to colonize Cyprus. Israel wants to colonize the Sinai. They want to build a base in Somaliland in southern Yemen. They want to take control of Yemen. They want to create a Kurdish state or something. They want to control that whole swath. They want to control the Bosporus Strait. They want to control the Aegean, the Eastern Med, the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, the Caspian Sea. They want it all. And they've got influence in Russia, and they've got influence in the U.S., and they have their fingerprints all over our defense industry, our AI industry. And I'm deeply skeptical because Vance is a part of this problem itself. If Vance's sugar daddy is Peter Thiel, just look at who Peter Thiel is in business with. Peter Thiel runs Palantir with Alex Karp, who is one of these guys. He's a Jew loyal to Israel because Peter Thiel is not threatened by the Zionists in the slightest. He thinks we have to just deal with them. And these people all run in the same circles. You know who was the first guy to contribute to Trump's campaign from that world? It was Jacob Hellberg. Jacob Hellberg is married to Keith Raboy. He's currently the assistant to Alex Karp. He's in tight with Sam Altman. I believe Sam Altman officiated his wedding, his gay wedding, his literal gay wedding to his husband, Keith Raboy, who is at Facebook, I believe. These people are all, okay? And Jacob Hellberg is like a pro-Israel Jew. Now he's an AI technology advisor in the government. And Sam Altman and Peter Thiel, they're working together. Alex Karp and Sam Altman are working together. These people are all running in the same circle. So the idea that we're going to put little tech JD Vance, who wants to work with Israel, not the hardliners, but the other elements to take on China, I don't trust them, and I don't trust that. So yes, they're trying to bring an end to the war in Iran to save Vance, also because they're prioritizers. As a faction in the Pentagon, they want to prioritize Indo-Pacific over Europe and the Middle East, but the real priority is that we get our sovereignty back, and that seems to be a non-starter when you have little tech infiltrated by the Israelis, and Vance represents all of them. They're the kingmaker for Vance's ascendancy. So that's the other side of this, and that's the other track to watch, is the role that Vance will play. And it's funny that Whitney Webb doesn't see any of this. Hey, numbnuts. Hey, dummy. Do you see Whitney Webb's take? Whitney Webb went on Jimmy Dore. It's a show for idiots. And Whitney Webb goes, so the reason that Joe Kent resigned is because they want to groom far-right terrorists for pre-crime. It's like, you fucking idiot. So for you, everything just is one thing. Every question has the same answer. A CIA officer wrote this letter. Why did he resign? Pre-crime, false flag, pre-crime. That's all you got. One-trick pony. It's right there in front of you, dumbass. It's right there in front of you. I saw Whitney Webb on Jimmy Dore. Whitney Webb wrote One Nation Under Blackmail, and everybody glazes her ceaselessly, without rest. They glaze her without a reprieve. Whitney Webb goes on Jimmy Dore and she goes, well, I would be very cautious about Joe Kent because he's CIA. I'm going, okay. And Jimmy Dore says, well, why? What's the angle? And she goes, well, I don't know. If I had to guess, maybe it's because Joe Kent is going to, he's going to catalyze anti-Semitic right-wing terrorism. She goes, because in the first Trump administration, they said the domestic violent extremist threat is coming from the far right, and Joe Kent is from the far right. And so if he writes this letter, it's going to galvanize anti-Semites to do terrorism, and then they're going to do a pre-crime AI system. And I'm like, you're just guessing. You're just guessing, and you have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, it's right there in front of you, stupid. Didn't you see David Sachs' statement? Don't you know that Peter Thiel maxed out the individual contribution of Joe Kent? Don't you know any of this stuff? Stupid. But you don't, because you're just a stupid liberal. But you wouldn't know any of that because you're just a stupid liberal. And all your ideological priors are wrong because you have to sit there and insist that it's Israel, not Jews, and there's something inherently wrong with the ideological foundations, scaffolding for our critique of Jewish influence. You have to insist upon this because you are a stupid liberal, and that is why you're never going to get it. So take off the glasses and shut the fuck up. I saw that. It was embarrassing. I left a comment. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to my Twitter. I left a reply on it today. These people, they just don't get it. because you're not as smart as me. This is the only show that has 20/20 vision. I'm sorry, it's just true. Name one other show that noticed any of this. Go ahead, I'll wait. Name one other show that has spelled all of this out the way that I just did. Name one other show.
Doesn't
None.
exist.
None. Zero. Nada. Because I am the best in the world at what I do. And this is a #1 show in the country. If you want to know what's going on, you got to watch this show. There's nobody else. There's nothing else. I'm him. So anyway, not Whitney Webb, not Ryan Dawson, not secular talk.
He's right.
Bitch. With your disgusting set, with your garish white bookshelf set. Not Crystal Ball and Sanjay Gupta. Not Crystal Ball and the genie from a lamp, bitch ass. Not anti-white Ryan Grimm. No. This is the only show. This is the only show that has clocked all of that. Why? I'm next level. I'm dialed in. This is all I do. This is what I am, okay? This is what I do, nigger. This is what I do for a living. I'm dialed in like that. It's precision strikes. Okay, this is your boutique. What did China say about us? They said we have, I forget what word they use. It's a funny word for our weapon systems, but that's what it's about here. So anyway, I'm the only one that called it out. I'm the only one that sees all of it. You have all these other shows. You're not going to hear this on The Judge, which snubbed me. You know, Judge Napolitano is like those astronauts that didn't believe in Elon Musk. They'll show you. You're not going to hear this on The Judge. Let's just put it that way. As much as I love The Judge.
Were you talking about him and The Judge?
But he doesn't care about me. As much as I love John Mearsheimer, but he doesn't care about me either. I'll just outclass all of you. Fine, I'll do it. Anyway. Casual Friday. Casual Friday, we're letting our nuts hang. We're going to move on. We're going to get into the super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about this. But enough out of me. Let's hear what you guys have to say. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I'm just saying. Who else? Who else clocked this? I saw this Vance thing from 6 million miles away. I saw it over the curvature of the earth. I literally said, David Sachs, Joe Kent, that's an op.
35.
Whitney Webb, still don't even know. She still don't even know. It's right there in front of you, girlfriend, and she still doesn't even know. I saw it coming practically from outer space. I said, David Sachs, Joe Kent, yup, this is a Vance op. Wait until he's in front of the peace process. And this dumbass, she's talking about pre-crime, bitch. It's not about pre-crime. It doesn't even make any sense. You know, yeah, for her, everything needs to fit in one box. Everything needs to fit.
35.
It all goes into one thing, which is like a right-wing dictatorship doing pre-crime. Wrong. 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 This is why this is for guys. You think a girl can do it? Not even her. No, this is for guys. This is why it's got to be guys. Sorry, sweetheart. And it's got to be right-wingers. No liberal faggots. No, sorry. No, they're not going to get it either. They're not dialed. The Crystal Ball could never come up with this stuff. She can call me a disgusting racist.
She's a fucking Jew lover.
Yeah, well, I guess the disgusting racist is infinitely smarter than you, sweetheart, because you could never. Anyway, I just got to toot my own horn a little bit. We're going to move on, though. We're going to take a look at our super chats. This hair keeps sticking up here. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's take a look. We'll see what we got here. All right. Take it to the bank number. And when you're the best in the world, they let you do it to them. They let you do anything. They let you do it to them. When you're number one, they let you do it. So I'm just saying, you want to know what's going on in the world, you watch this show. You know, maybe you flirt with the other stuff, but at the end of the day, you're coming home to me. No, let's not go there. Let's not even take it there. Let's not even take it there.
Me.
We're got to stop with the Chad Champion comment. People are going to draw some negative inferences there. So anyway,
Carter
this
11B
is
sent
the real
$20.
deal.
You're 1000% correct about this Vance play for 28. It's spooky. You'll be vindicated yet again once it comes to pass.
I know. Every day. It's every day, bro. Hold up. Can I switch the language? It's every day, bro.
Palest of the Pale Grow Hyper Mom
Welcome
sent
to
$200.
Delicious.
Great show. Feel your pain with the full spring. Same thing here in New England. Love the new merch. Although we'll all continue to hide our power levels, the teens and I are going to break out and get something new that we can either wear indoors or smuggle it into our various rallies, etc. Winking face emoji.
Well, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Yeah, New England. I love New England. But yeah, this full spring is brutal. Like, make it warm now. I wish we had weather where it was always like 60s and cloudy, and night was 20 hours. Alas. Thank you for the big super chat, though. I'm glad you love the merch. The designers did a great job. So God bless. No, but I'm glad to hear it. I'm ready for the warmth, man. It's too cold.
I made cookies sent $30. Would you rather be an organic meat on cutting board food as fuel chud, or married to a slut who's bussing it down in Clav Sprinter van while you say happy wife, happy life at home? THX for the new merch. Goat emoji. Sucks I can't pay my rent next month now. But I'll be homeless wearing my white quarter zip.
Let's go.
Hashtag grab sneakers neck can't squeeze.
Okay, it was funny on Tuesday. Organic meat on cutting board. I think I would prefer that. Clav Sprinter van, huh? Where good girls go to die. Happy marriages go to get genocided on. Clav's like it's like a mobile crematorium. Clav Sprinter van is like a mobile crematorium. 6 million marriages were heartlessly blotted out. We remember them. We tell their story still. We never forget the 6 million marriages. They were lured in there and then trapped. Their marriages were destroyed. 6 million hearts were broken. Sensitive young men.
Oh, no.
No, yeah, so I'd definitely rather be the chud.
Houston Wagey sent $100. I'm going to drive my son to school tomorrow.
Good for you. Thank you for the big super chat.
West Coast Grower sent $20. I'm going to Germany next month. You think I should cancel the trip because of what you said about a likely disaster?
You can't live your life in fear. I would just fully send it. Who cares?
Gordita Jr. Haroom for sent
Good idea.
$20. Simon Scola, Modern Monarchist, Not So Greekoid, Farid Lukovic. Ever miss these guys when listening to new slop super chats?
Wow. I haven't heard those names in a long time. Farid Lukovic. Remember him? Modern Monarchist. Oh, Simon Scola. Sure. Natsa Greekoid, kind of. I think I remember him.
Ruthless Zoomer sent $20. Do not countersign Nick. He knows what he is doing. He doesn't randomly say shit for no reason. If he ever does, he'll take care of it on his own. 07.
True. Very so true.
Brilliant Holly Handjob sent $21. Similar beard here. Try just for men. I thought it would look fake, but no, it really evens out the color and looks way fuller.
I think it looks full. I'm not going for like a big long beard. Just a little scruff.
Some whiskers.
You know. Look at that jawline. I
got
just
one
stopped
too,
eating.
Nick.
It's called I stopped eating.
Your name sent $20. Say Emirates wrong one more time.
Why do you say it? Emirates?
Random Sepahi sent
Emirates?
$50.
Emirates?
People underrate how many times Iran tried to mend relations.
Because it's an emir, so it's an emirate.
Random Sepahi sent $50.
Why? What do you say? Emirate? It's Emirates.
Random Sepahi sent $50. People underrate how many times Iran tried to mend relations and could have been an ally. In 2001, the IRGC and US fought side by side in Herat, Afghanistan. 2003 Grand Deal. 2015 JSIPO, etc., etc.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's some truth to that. I wouldn't overstate that, though. Yeah, maybe it's underrated. I wouldn't go crazy
Robert
with
Pierce
that.
sent $20. Grab Sneeko's neck and squeeze killed me. My flip phone has YouTube and Google Maps. Feds are still tracking me regardless. SMH.
Damn. There's no escape.
Palantir's Boy Toy sent $20. But Nick, if JD doesn't win in 28, then Palantir stock won't go up.
Very
Josh's
good.
pack sent $20. Thanks for the media literacy lesson, helping me navigate the modern MSM during these odd times.
You got it.
Texoma Groy sent
You got
$20.
it.
Few Interact lights vindicated. AFAI goats Q and Gold representing America first to the fullest. God bless our Emperor and JF.
Thank you.
Software Grower sent
Appreciate it.
$20. Just tell Claude, Kliger, to fix the super chat code. It's really that simple. Thoughts on the robot in software?
My niggas, they're always like, no, we can't do that. I always tell them, I'm like, tell AI to do it. They're like, the thing is broken. I'm like, Fucking get AI to do it. Can't you ask AI? And they're like, no, we can't do it. I'm like, why not? Why not? It's putting Workday out of business. It's putting Intuit out of business. But for us, it's different. I don't know. But I'm not a computer guy, so I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. I'm a computer numbskull.
I could be your grandma sent $25. Did you see that Florida is following the plan? Tallahassee, Florida. Democrats sent a jolt Tuesday through reliably red Florida, flipping 2 legislative seats including the district containing President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. America first.
Hell yeah. I love it. I love to see it. Democrat majority. Bring it
Stetson
forth.
Grow I percent $20. Birds are protectors. Tel Aviv is cooked Sharia law greater than Judeo-Christian values. Absolute coal mine from Sneeko today.
He's such a Kohler. It's just like he hates America, bro. Sneeko hates America. Today he goes, Sharia law is incompatible because we're not like degenerate pieces of shit. No, Sharia law is incompatible because it is fundamentally not of the West.
Thank you.
It's because you force your women to wear like a giant black face mask and cloak like that. How about that for openers? How about brushing your teeth with a stick? How about facing Mecca? How about forcing non-believers to pay a jizya? How about all the other shit? How about jihad? How about, beating the shit out of women? How about all this other crazy stuff you got going on in there? No pork, halal only. Just stop with that. Just stop.
Are you smarter than a fifth grower percent $20? How many states border the Gulf of Mexico?
Oh, let's see. Whoa. Well, you got the United States, you got Mexico, you got Belize, you got, let's go in the other, I don't believe, is Guatemala? I'm not sure. But I know it's Honduras, I know it's Nicaragua, El Salvador, Panama, Costa Rica, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname, France, because you got French Guyana, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti. Does Dominican Republic count? I mean, maybe not really. I mean, how big is the Gulf of Mexico? Is it only the northern part, or I guess it's bounded by like Mexico, Florida, Cuba. So then you would say maybe Bahamas as well. I mean, do all the islands count? I don't know. I guess I don't really know how big is if it's everything from like America to, because then it's like the South American coast and the U.S. coast. Oh, states. I thought you meant like governments, like countries, states. That's just like what, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi. That's it, right? Just them. I thought you meant like, when you said states, I thought you meant like governments. Yeah, that one I'm going to get. That one I'm going to get
The Real
all
Truth
day.
sent $20. Bought my weight in America first spring merch. Ungodly amount of W items. Go get yours now.
Yes, totally.
Rhodesian Grower percent $100. The most vindicated man alive. I just hiked all my transport rates because of this oil price. A lot of my clients are simply closing here in Africa. You're damn right, global recession coming in hot.
Lot of bad signs, man. Thank you for the big super chat. Everybody is saying it's far worse than they're telling us. And it's going to be a true recession because of all these knock-on effects. It's going to put a lot of these companies out of business, and then that's going to put other businesses out of business. It's going to get ugly. The price of energy has doubled. The price of oil was about, 65? Now it's 117. So the price of energy doubled. And again, all the growth is coming from AI, which is totally dependent on energy. And that's all the new construction. Data centers are outpacing office in terms of construction and commercial real estate. So if AI collapses, well, the software side's going to collapse. The hardware side, NVIDIA is going to collapse. The construction it supported is going to collapse. The materials it's like it's all going to get more expensive. Every homeowners insurance, mortgage rates, the raw materials, commodities, it's like everything's going up, which means everything is going down.
Roll up it from Nevada sent $30. Hi, Nick.
It's pretty
Loving
bad.
your show. Keep up your great work. America first always. For the love of God, don't shave that beard. Blue
You
heart
like the
emoji.
beard? What do you think? I don't know. We'll see.
Interior Union Grower percent $20. Please pray for the safety of Palm Beach Pete the Epstein lookalike. Schizo going want to lynch him like it's Hellstar Ramina.
Really? That's terrible.
Lil Nega in a big world sent $20. Unfortunately, the new Archbishop of Canterbury is a void. Anglicans need to get our shit together. End of civilization signs.
You just got to leave, bro. Get your shit together. I mean, if that's not a sign that you ain't it, if you see an the Pope of your religion becomes a girl and you're like, we got to fix this. There's no, okay. You can't fix her.
Pepe the Prawn sent $20. Nick, can the Groy Pets get a size L/XL in the crop? I'm looking for that oversized fit. Smiley face emoji. Keep up the great work. King, we're rooting for you.
No tortas. Sorry, no tortas are going to be wearing the shirt.
Gut level Groy percent $25. What is your take on people putting stickers that say, the Jews did this, on gas station pumps where the price is?
St. Thomas.
I think it's a bad idea.
Randall
honestly.
from Recess sent $20. Study finds eating bugs causes throat cancer. And here I am thinking it would be the Alp pouches that did him in. So sad.
I saw that same thing too. Yeah, bad idea.
Mitt Romney sent $20.
Don't do it.
Rewatching your 24 election stream, you played an edit by Chris Burnett. I was genuinely sad about the hope I had for Trump.
Grow up.
Bull Arstad effect and sent
Just grow
$20.
up.
Pull up to Norway for your next break and I'll show you around the fjords. Lane Groy percent
Okay.
$25. Prayers for Noelia Castillo Ramos, may she find peace. Folded hands emoji. Pensive face emoji.
Very true.
Roper in the swamp sent $30. I need some advice. I'm currently a sophomore in college. I'm having to work plus 50 hours a week to pay for it and my living expenses. I'm also a senior leader in a congressional campaign. I struggle to balance it all, and I feel like I'm giving up on one when I work on the other. How do you deal with that kind of load?
Pause. Let's see. Working to go to college, and you're on a congressional campaign. Some's got to give. I mean, look, either you fully send it and you just work your ass off, or some's got to give. I mean, it's not a hard problem. You just got to make some decisions. How long are you going to be on the campaign? I mean, what, 8 months? Can you handle it for 8 months? You're going to be away from school during the summer. Maybe you hang on until the end of spring, go through the summer. Then do you take some time off the campaign in the home stretch? I don't know, man. Do you want some advice on? You're asking the wrong guy for time management advice. I mean, I can barely do a show every night. I have a 2-hour commitment every day. I can barely do it. So you're asking the wrong. I'm Italian. You're asking the wrong guy.
The Cuban Beast sent $30. American Apocalypse movie. African Americans beating white people in nice areas of Chicago like last weekend. Scene change, boots on the ground in Iran. Trump drops a nuke. Scene change to the overcrowded airport. Everyone's phones are getting national emergency alerts to seek shelter because Russia.
Okay, just shut the fuck up and kill yourself. That's so bad. So
Sailing
bad.
Boy sent $200. Hey Nick, Ascension is purely monetary for now, so here's a slice for the realest news and realest guy in the game. Really enjoyed the women monologue on Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Gave me some peace.
Glad to hear it. We all need a little peace, don't we? Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yes. You got it. You got it, but I appreciate it. The Ascension is only monetary. What does that mean? You're fat? I'll take the super chat.
Saucy
Why
Goyer
not?
sent $25. Good evening, Nick. I'm meeting James Fishback soon and was wondering if you had any questions you'd want to ask. Thanks.
That's crazy.
Blitzkrieg sent $25. Saw someone with a wank license plate on my drive home earlier. It also happened to be a woman. Crazy.
Whoa. That's kind of awesome.
Germanic Roy sent $50. Sneeko streaming in mosques with European Muslims reminds me of white evangelicals posting photo dumps with black kids on their Africa missionary trip. All love though. Hopefully he finds Jesus.
I hope so too. Pray for Sneeko.
Sosko Dadrian sent $20. W. Drewski.
Yeah, W.
Brug9 sent $20. Hi Nick, 14-year-old Groypler here. I promise I'm of value and potential. Parents forced me to vex ob. Am I cooked? Much love.
Is that real or is that fake? 14-year-old Groypler. Well, if he didn't die yet, I think the vaccine stuff was exaggerated. There is a position between the vaccine as like a nanobot bioweapon to kill the Goyim and people saying it's safe and effective. I think that the risks were overstated, or rather understated, and the risks outweighed the benefits for younger populations. I think that's really what it is. But it's obviously, there was a time when people were saying it's going to cause mad cow disease. Remember that? Voice crack. Remember that? They said it's going to cause mad cow disease. It's going to make everybody crazy. It's going to be like a zombie apocalypse. And that's just not happening. So I think you'll be okay. So yeah, I wouldn't worry.
Diddy Sprinkles sent $100 for CC Red 95, the GOAT.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. He is the GOAT.
Diddy Sprinkles sent $50, no message.
And no message. Love it.
Jared Baju sent $50, 114. I am excited for the Groy Pet crop top so I don't have to tuck my shirt under my chin while I film POV content.
Okay, thank you for
Corey
that.
6 sent
Appreciate
$20.
it.
Rumble didn't
Thanks.
start messing up until your generational run. I think you broke it. Plus what does Nick have to do to get a deal around here? The only wank that deserves it.
I can't really talk about those discussions, but yeah, they can't do it. They can't do it.
Huh.
Let a nigga get paid. I'm so underpaid. I would be so much richer. But I don't give a shit about money. Do you know how much money I've turned down? I've turned down like $2.5 million in the past year because I would have to compromise in one way or another. $2.5 million in 1 year. That's a lot of dough. $2.5 million I've turned down over my principles. And I probably would have made millions more off of Kick and Rumble if I just wasn't like anti-Semitic or whatever. So the most chronically under, people say, shut up, you make all this money. It's like, I know I should be making like 10 times as much, but I do it for you guys. Because I do it for the truth. If I did it for you guys, I would have sold out maliciously. I would have sold out with a vengeance. I would have like joined the enemy to hurt you specifically. Like that would be the goal. It wouldn't be like a benign, like, hey, we got to pick our battles. If I was doing it for you, I would have switched sides and become a malicious inquisitor, like maliciously hurt you on purpose for money. I would have done the opposite. I would do things that lose money to hurt you more. As opposed to like not taking the money out of principle, I would go out on my way to lose money to inflict more pain because I get off on the cruelty more. No, I'm kidding. I love you.
Colding sent $20.
Just a joke.
Why didn't you read my super chat on Tuesday? I sent $20. I watch from Denmark every time, man.
I don't know. Maybe you sent it in too late. The super chat thing was broken on Tuesday. And I said that.
Ultimate Goy sent $25.
So relax.
The final red pill is realizing religion as a way to cope with the uncertainty of what's after death. Face the final boss.
Oh, that's crazy. The real red pill is that religion is like the opiate of the masses, dude. Oh, yeah, right.
Marblin sent $20.
Takes another hit. Yeah,
Marblin
another
sent $20.
genius.
Have you seen the absolute slop the White House account on X is posting? Niggas are treating this like it's an ARG.
That was crazy. Their little, that commercial they did. They're so gay, dude. It's
John
so
Graham
bad.
89 sent $20. Love the telegram today. Go off, king. I'll join the plus chat when I'm no longer a wagey.
Okay.
Ashkenazi, Haitian,
Well,
Filipino,
thanks,
Chinese,
I
European,
guess.
grower percent $20. Hey Nick, been watching you ever since I saw a clip on Reels last year. I think it's obvious that Brillin Hollyhand is hiding his power level. He couldn't even help it when he went on Fox after Charlie.
Oh, really?
Slamsons were sent $20.
Yeah.
Nick, my buddy and I recruited a homeless dude to the cause today by putting him onto your show. Shout out to the homeless grow wipers. I'm doing my part. Embarrassed smiley face.
Great.
High speed
Amazing.
sneeze sent $20. Hi, do you think Trump will take aggressive actions against the cartels? We saw him label them terrorists and talk about it.
Maybe.
Sonny sent $20. Nick, Friedrich List is so boring. I think I'll have a Quest pizza for dinner with my ABG.
He's really
Hashtag
not.
RDW.
If you think he's boring, you're just dumb.
Melissa sent $50. Mortified. Didn't realize previous message would be read on air. Face with peeking eye emoji. Just wanted to support you in the show. Hope you wrecked the Idle donation that day. God bless. THX for not roasting me too much.
Don't worry about it. That's okay. Well, I don't know how you would think it wouldn't be. Have you ever watched the show? I didn't think my super chat would be read on the show. Have you ever watched one of these episodes here before? I'm just teasing you.
Serena B sent $50. If feminism is a ploy to make the goyim go extinct, why are 60% of college students in Israel women?
I don't think I ever said that. It's just something that happens.
M4TT sent $22. Enough of the demands to rape Sneeko. Let's rape Shabbos Kessenbaum instead.
Let's not, because he'll sue us.
Mandy G
Let's
sent $20.
not.
Where's the damn group chat?
If you signed up, you know how to get
Royper
there.
in the Swamp sent $20. Which Fishback interview has been your favorite so far? Are there any he's announced that you're looking forward to?
I don't know.
Irish Groypat sent $20. Hi Nick. God bless you and your family. I hope you have a good weekend. Also check your P.O. box whenever you can. Less than 3 #hi EHC. Noisy95 sent $20. Do you think the aspect of drone warfare footage has also changed war? As in no way America could tolerate the demoralization of soldiers being blown up like the primitive war of Russia and Ukraine.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Dojo Hambino sent $20. Palm Beach Pete is never beating the allegations. High Speed Sneeze sent $20. Hi Nick, did you consider military service yourself?
No
Also, why do you
shot.
think Biden pulled us out of the landmine treaty? Thanks.
Why, so I could go die? Like, I'm not a big guy. Well, what help am I going to be over there? They'll be protecting me. I'm going to go into a war zone. I'm 135 pounds. I'm 140. What good am I going to be in a war? Unless I'm in like a plane or something, I could be a drone operator. What good am I going to be in a war? I'm going to be... I can barely handle life. You know, I hate working out. That's one, so that's out. I have trouble sleeping as it is. You're going to be sleeping while like bombs are going off around you. Can't do it. So there's just no way that's going to happen. I also, I can help the war in other ways. I have other talents besides, running around and
Slimy slithering
jumping
Sneeko sent
around.
$20. Sneeko needs prayers. Islam has warped that man's brain and turned him into a coal factory posting endless anti-American. Luker Plays sent
thank
$50.
you.
Got your black and cameo American first hats and I got compliments on opening day in Cincinnati. W Grow Wipers W.
Let's go. Nice. Glad to hear that. That's good. No, don't tell me. Don't
High Speed
tell
Snee
me.
sent $20.
Okay.
Hi Nick, what's with all the weird Shinzo posting? The official White House pages have been posting and then making a new app?
I don't know. It's just stupid nonsense.
Abby Homer sent $50. Hey, 2 years ago I sent a clueless chat not knowing anything. But since I found faith, attending church, considering Vatican visit and Catholicism, your influence on Gen Z is real. Thanks, Nick.
Hey, love to hear it. Great. That's awesome.
Hugs Nico sent $20. Why did you abandon us? Why?
I just shut
Edward
up.
Jugate sent $25. 1 year sober recently and entering the church next weekend. Convert from Baptist. Hi for shaming weed and alcohol. You're the goat.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I will continue to shame weed and alcohol. Contrary to all the weed lovers, less so alcohol. You notice the difference. The difference is if you tell somebody, hey man, you drink too much. A lot of people say, I know, I gotta stop. Like a lot of people that have an alcohol problem, they'll say like, yeah, I shouldn't get drunk. Yeah, some people will not admit they have a problem. But with people that smoke weed, they're like, dude, it's better than alcohol. Dude, I don't have a problem. It's not chemically addictive, bro. So it's like weed people. The problem with weed is they're also always in denial. They're not just addicted to weed. They're also in denial. They're also addicted to cope. Someone that's drinking alcohol say, I know, I gotta stop. I'm an obnoxious drunk. Someone that's addicted to weed is also addicted to cope. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, it's not a big deal. Oh, it's fine. It's just whatever. And I could, you always hear the same stuff. So you're welcome. I will continue, and we will continue. We will continue to shame the weed smokers until they snap out of it. So, yeah.
Mitch Munch sent
I'm glad to hear it. Good. I'm glad.
Mitch Munch sent $20. I work at Ford Chicago Assembly Plant. We love you and we just built in one of one Explorer for the Pope himself. God
Yo,
bless.
that's awesome. That's really cool.
Pitroy sent $20. What do you like fiat money? Wouldn't you agree that Austrian economics rather than Keynesianism is closer to the truth?
No, I would not. I would not agree to that.
Anthony Coronado sent $40. Hello, Mr. Fuentes. I'm 31, 6 kids, welder with a SOM. Fuck these niggas saying you need a woman. Did Jesus on his mission?
So, thank you for, thank you. See, I was going to, but then you told me. Now I won't. Honestly, it's just so depressing. It's so grim. Get married, have kids. Like, no, I'm good. No, thank you. Yeah. Well, thank you for giving me permission to not. Yeah. I said that in Telegram. It's like, you're going to be 30. All right, time to... You know what's funny? I posted on Telegram. I said, I'm getting to this age. I'm just getting old. I said, and it's all downhill from here. And I said, yep, time to find a slam pig and start worrying about my health. And people thought that was advice. People thought I was giving advice. They thought I was saying, all right, everyone, time to get married. And I was being sarcastic. I was saying like, this is suicide fuel. This is rope fuel. Oh, I'm turning 30. Guess it's time to find my slam pig and start worrying about my health. That's like sardonic humor. I'm saying like, oh, great. Now I have to worry about joint pain and a stupid bitch at home. But people thought I was like a reformed man, like, and I was giving this advice. All right, everybody. All right. Time to grow up. And no, I was not saying that at all. I was not saying that at all. I'm being dragged kicking and screaming into my 30s. People telling me that's the only way. I don't know. I don't know about that
Clavicular's
one,
Glock sent
Chief.
$20. Can MAGA explain why Nick is getting hate for telling US to vote them, when Trump literally told NYERS to vote for Cuomo?
Well, that's obviously different.
Salty Grow Wiper sent $30. Not joking, I just dropped my girlfriend and her friend off at a frat party. I asked if I could come and was told no. She went.
That can't be real. That's got to be bait.
TN guy sent
No
$20.
way that's real.
Thanks for repilling me, you son of a bitch. Now I can't enjoy shows or movies without shutting out fuckface. Clavicular Gate Ma 11 in jail sent $20. Trump is gonna throw JD under the bus on Iran, same way Biden throw Kamala on border. His friends all want Rubio anyway.
It's possible.
Unity Not Diversity sent $100 for Edward. Rabbit emoji. RIP.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yes, people have told me it's been a year. Poor little Edward. I'm over it, honestly. He was a rabbit. So, you know, he was a good rabbit. He wasn't actually very sweet. He was actually really, really annoying. I loved him. I miss him. I wish he was still alive. At times. But he was a little annoying. I'm not like, he was waking me up all the time. He wasn't friendly. He was mean. Yeah,
but he's still
He was not friendly at all. He just liked the treats. And so whatever. He was cute. He was a cute little bunny. And, you know, we had some good moments, but it was his time. It was his time to go. It was time. I wanted to watch TV again without him drinking out of the water bottle. I wanted to, you know, leave the house without him eating all my books, which he did. And my vinyl and my furniture and my suitcase and my shoes and, you know, like everything. So my cables, my PlayStation. Yeah. So I was like, okay, we're pushing it. We're pushing our luck here. We're pushing our luck here, little man. Pushing our luck here, little guy. No, but it was very sad. It was a very sad night when he died. But
sounds like it.
You know, then I was kind of like, you know what? Maybe the pet thing isn't for me. Maybe the pet thing isn't for me, actually. But R.I.P. Rest in peace. He was a good little bunny. He was a good little guy. But in the end, these niggas are not cut out for survival. He was surrounded by hay. He didn't like the hay. It's like, really, bro? Well, I can't help you then. You can lead the bunny to the hay. You can't make him eat it.
This dog hunch 988 sent $20. My nigga got the Obi-Wan Kenobi shit on. Yada. Clack, 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 clack.
Okay.
Zodge Chow Enjoyer sent $250. CPAC. Strong Mega Energy. YMCA. Josh Hammer setting the tone with nasally lectures on the retard right. He said retard. Powerful speech by Paso to crowds of dozens. Water gun stations. Greg Abbott is on deck. He won't be wearing his Indian kurta. Too long. We'll get caught in his wheels.
Thank you for the play-by-play. Appreciate the big super chat. CPAC is dead. Who even cares? When I was getting started, CPAC was like the place to be. 10,000 people went. It was huge. It was the hottest ticket. Now, people don't even give a shit. People are like, are you going to CPAC? I'm like, CPAC? It's in Texas. No, I'm not going to CPAC. That's a joke. I bet probably 200 people went this year. So thank you for the big super chat. But yeah, it's over
Trevor
for them.
B25 sent $20. Pretty please, O King of Agroiper. Tell us what happened this week. Why did you deprive your beloved disciples this?
Ugh.
What happened yesterday with the stream ending the way it did?
Stop with the
Phillips
LARP.
Tract sent $25. Hey Nick, I've been watching since 2022, and I graduate college this spring. I'm going to the seminary, and I've talked to the other seminarian brothers and they all love you.
Wow.
Please pray for us.
Hey, congratulations. We will be praying for you. God bless. Love to hear. I hope they don't mind the show. The show's a little graphic.
Sneakhole sent $20. Snigger, Sneeko, thinks Hess on the team. Permission to rape him, sir? Even Titaniger knows Hess a useless slam pig. Color me impressed 67 sent $50. Regarding the current dating scene, do you think virgin men should settle down with not virgin women? Personally I believe yes, but the odds of finding a virgin bad bitch have to be so low.
Just do what you feel is right. I'm not going to... Why would I be the one to ask about this? Do whatever you think is right.
I sent $20. Hi Nick, I'm new here but I wanted to say that my friend is celebrating her 20th birthday. She's a huge fan of you. Her name is Gothi if it's okay. Could you wish her a happy birthday? Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Mountain Dew Fan 88 sent $20. Sodomize and disembowel. Mr. Bombastic Grower Penis sent $20. Glad you're still here with us. Thought those fuckers got you. Mythical Creature Grower sent $20. The S&P 500 is down 8% the past 3 months. Thanks a lot, Donald. Golden Age.
Bitcoin, S&P 500, we're screwed.
National Guard Grower sent $30. Christ is king. My Groy pet fiance and I just got engaged. She likes the new merch.
I'm glad she's pleased.
King One Up sent $50.
That's
Episode
my goal.
1664 was a couple days ago, no? I've been waiting for it to upload and I have screenshots. Thought you got banned, yet this notification is for it. Thoughtful face emoji. Also chat is full of retards. Groip Dubsky sent $20. Yo Emp, my buddy is a Bradley driver. He said he's in a group of 10k mechanized infantry soldiers that are being sent over.
Wow. Well. A missile just flew over my
Spider
house.
Cash sent $20. As a kid, did you ever try to buy an M-rated game and the cashier read the SRB warning to your parents? Like, see mine, bro.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing with the nostalgia? Remember we were kids?
Asian Women 4 Fuentes sent $25. I have 4 bunnies and 2 of them watch your show with me. It's been a year since Edward passed RIP. Will you get another bunny?
I don't think so. I don't think. If I'm going to get a bunny, it better be a nicer one. If I'm going to get a bunny, he's got to be a little nicer for it to be worth it. Because this bunny did not like me. He kind of liked me, but he never warmed up to me. He was such a spaz. So, if we're going to get another bunny, it's got to be a sweet one.
Ciagro I per 1999 sent $20. Glad you were back, Nick, and sorry you were feeling down. God bless and happy Friday. # freak love.
Yeah, free.
Troy
Well, he's free
University
now.
Grower sent
Flat
$20.
free.
I don't know if it's a lie spread by liberals, but the rumor on campus actually is that Faith Merrill
Okay, stop.
Spotling sent
Stop
$100. Nick, again, please look into home math. He just had a beef on X with Chris Rufo. He encourages white people to get armed.
gosh.
They're suppressing his social media. I asked if his approach is different from yours. He said white people got no time to hide power levels. An uprising is needed. Please comment.
Oh, my. And we're back. Yeah, well, we're back in hell.
My dad hates
Thank you
NJ
for that, I guess.
My dad hates NJF. Roy % $50. My brother and I can't watch you around my dad. My dad threatens to smash any device with your face or voice. We are college, 18, and high school, 17 grow wipers. America first, nigga, fuck MAGA, vote them.
That is so funny, man. Good for you. That is so funny. Dad, Nick Fuentes is awesome. That's hilarious. Well, hey, good for you guys. Hey, gotta hide your power level. Just hide it. Don't tell your folks.
Aussie Wine Ha F sent $20. Nomadic Turkic Tribaists.
Yeah.
Peter Giddes sent $21. Have you listened to Bully yet? Ye is really back to his best. Have you spoken to him? Better yet, get him some Baby Bells.
Yeah, gotta get him some Baby Bell cheeses. I listened to the listening party. It was pretty good. Here's the thing. He already released this album a year ago. Am I the only one that remembers that? I'm so sick of like the fans are always like, oh, Bully's coming out tonight. It's like, what do you mean it came out a year ago? Are we all going to play make-believe? It's like Men in Black. He put it on YouTube, dumbass. He put it on YouTube for like weeks. It was on Spotify. All the files are on Telegram. And people are like, Bully's coming out. It's been out. We heard it already. It's like we're all engaged in this like make-believe. We're going to force it like, oh, no, it's about to drop. We've heard these songs. So, yeah, I heard it a year ago. I liked it a year ago. I liked it last night. It's pretty good. So, yeah, I congratulate him on the listening party.
Blitzkrieg sent $20. Saw someone with a wank license plate on my drive home yesterday. And it was a woman. The ladies love you. Gumble2Gumble sent $20. Since Trump isn't deporting anyone and you refuse to work, I hired a guy named Hector at the Home Depot. We are launching Podcast to America Primero. At least he shows up and his wife sews the merch.
That's great.
Kiki Cox sent $30. Makes Nico slightly uncomfortable by making imperceptible sexual advances, and then accuse him of being gay when he brings it up. White Koenig sent $20. Faith Merrill blocked me on Twitter for replying the pick me is crazy. I thought she was cool. Jumadafuck sent $20. W America First. My favorite news channel. Generic Roy % $25. Do you think Trump was corrupt from 2016? Or did desperation for a second term change his moral? Chugroy % $20. Hey, first time super chatter. Thoughts on Dan Bilzerian running against Randy Fine for Congress? God bless. 07, Latin cross emoji.
Well, I don't know if he's eligible. If he's going to run, he needs to establish residency before August, I think. So, yeah, if he's planning on moving, I would think I would support him. But somebody texted me the other day. They said, oh, so you got to endorse him. I'm like, well, is he going to move to Florida? Because you need to move to Florida to do that. I believe he lives in Vegas, and he doesn't leave. He doesn't go places to do shows and stuff. So he said that, and I was like, are you planning on moving to Florida? Because if not, you can't. I don't know how you think that works, but you got to be living in the state. So if he moves to Florida, yeah, for sure.
Alexander the Grow I % $50. Whatever pleasure Stalin occasionally took, he was married to Soviet state power. He spent his time seeking succor not in the female body but in military technology and in countries.
See, that's why. He just gets me. You know, he just gets me. He just gets me
Ginger
like
Groy
that.
$250. All hail the Supreme Leader.
Thank you for the huge super chat. I appreciate it. Could you imagine, like, you're like the most powerful man in the world, but you don't even care about sex. All you care about is missiles. That's so awesome. He's like the #1 undisputed goat of world history, and he only cares about tanks, nukes, bombs. He's the goat. He's just like the goat of all time.
Kubel Vaughan sent $25. Ansarola joins the battle.
Dude, is that real, or is that going to be another Rerum Novarum correction?
Barfano Odile sent
So they
$20.
say.
The thirst that China has for me oil seems like it may go unquenched for years if infrastructure keeps getting destroyed. An unintentional positive at the end of this may be China is throttled a bit.
Oh, yeah, right.
Jimmy Growiper sent
sure.
$100. My HR fired a kid this week for talking about women, Jews, Nick Fuentes, on the clock to normie
Wow.
coworkers. Hands were tied but shout out dumb fuck. You deserve it for showing your ass. Not very EHC of you.
Thank you for the big super chat. Well, Elite Human Capital talks like this. Hey, dumb fuck. You shouldn't be yelling like that. It's true, though. Hide your power level.
Amy
Yep.
Jones sent
So
$20.
true, so
Who's your
true.
Smash Brothers main? After Andrew Tate brought it up with you and Sneak, I've wanted to ask.
Ness. Ness is my main. Ness or Metroid. What's Samus? Samus or Ness?
Alice Anna sent $20. Did Whitney Webb take your slot on the Jimmy Dore show?
Apparently.
Ethan
Could be
Hero
wrong.
sent $20. Whitney Webb is a baddie. Would, but she should atrocious take earlier today.
Brutal.
Lasers Oven Growiper sent $20. Hey Nick, I help run small America First group called the America First Outreach Network. We are looking for your endorsement.
Oh, well, good for you.
The Slippy One sent $50. Nick, trust the plan. Charles sent
Okay.
$20. Imagine hating Teal while grifting on Rumble. His VC funds feed you. By your Vance logic, you're his loyal mutt. Stay owned.
Yeah, if I'm on a platform that he invested in at one time, let's put it that way, at one time, maybe no longer, who knows? If I am on his platform that he invested in and other people are too, it's the same as getting $15 million in your whole career from him. Yeah, for sure. If that's the best you can come up with.
Big Salty 23 sent $20. What if, now hear me out. What if World War II in Germany was actually the 10th Crusade? And Xylo sent $20. Trump goes, I hang out with losers because it makes me feel better. I hate guys that are successful. I like people that like to listen to my success. W. Barb at Ye's was better. Idaho University Grower sent $20. Would you ever do a Fortnite stream with a burnt peanut? Something I'd love to see, honestly. Blonde Groypat sent $20. Hey Nick, I turned 19 a few days ago. I appreciate everything you do. Glad to be on the side of God. By the way, keep the beard low. You look too good with it.
Really? Think so? But why? Why do you like that? I need you to tell me why you like it. Why do you like the beard? But that's crazy, though. I turned 19 and I love your beard. Get out of here. Holy pick me. That's crazy.
MXT and 10 sent $100. You're gonna die alone. Still crashing out to John Doyle and Patrick Casey.
If I'm lucky.
You were never cut out for this. Stick to watching TikTok videos about couples and impersonating women.
Oh, that's
Take the black pill.
hilarious. Well, I appreciate the big super chat. W Rage
Exhausted
Bait.
Groy percent $20.
Nice try.
What do you think is the most rock solid impeachable offense Trump has committed?
We all die alone.
Exhausted Groy
That's
percent
one.
$20. What do you think is the most rock solid impeachable offense Trump has committed so far? Hoping for a bloodbath in DC till 28.
It doesn't matter.
Mythical
honestly.
Creature Grower percent
None of it
$20.
matters.
Did you like the Drewski Erica Kirk vid? Also, what's your guess on the Nancy Guthrie case? Think she's in Mexico?
Who gives a shit?
BRO
Who
Bot sent
gives a
$20.
shit about
GOP
any
funded
of
by
it?
real estate and WS lobbies plus econ growth formula. 2 parts. Capital and labor. USA has won. Mass deportations? Nah. Liam MC Knight sent $25. Thoughts on Promethean action? LaRouche people.
I don't really know that much about
Bus
him,
Boy sent $20.
honestly.
You're enjoying this debacle too much. Alpha Groy percent $20.
Yeah.
Thanks Nick. Quick cue. Markets aren't just going to listen to Trump's reassurances. It seems like you think there's a Alpha Groy percent $20. Higher chance of Cargop than markets think. Are Growipers and the admin signaling Trump wants to more than he lets on? 2 halves.
That's funny.
Zulwimima sent $20. The Tucker blood guilt bit was gold.
Thanks.
Growiper Trader sent $25. Sadly it's our soldiers Israel's choice. Hate to see it. J-Man sent $20. Looks like we might get regime change in Bahrain before we get one in Iran.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Wise old F. Griper sent
Wouldn't be the
$20.
first
Generational coalition ruined. Plus you and Trump gave up your generational runs for the Jews. Hey, we got an Epstein quarter zip. Hokum Elixir sent
That's
$20.
crazy.
I was talking to my BF about your merch and he said he's probably got a sweatshop in some abandoned Chicago warehouse full of illegals that he plans on handing over to ICE when payday comes around.
Oh my gosh.
Sahan 9
dude.
sent
I'm gonna
$20.
kill
What's up with
myself.
Tucker's tobacco advertisement always at the bottom of your stram?
That's a rumble, dude.
No one named Aaron sent $100. What capabilities does Iran have with their missiles? Do you know if they're able to bomb the island with the accuracy we had when we did it? Killing our Marines without damaging their critical infrastructure. Anyway, great show. May
Didn't
God
pay
bless.
attention. Thank you for the big super chat. Didn't pay attention to
Rabbi
Parliament.
Goldstein Sheckelblade sent $20. Casual Friday nuts flopped on the table. Lily sent $50. Love the show tonight.
Thank you.
High Speed
I'm
Sneeze sent
glad.
$20. Have you heard about security improvements on North Border and how much wall do you think they'll build on the South Border?
None.
Granny Grower sent
None.
$20. Nick, we missed you. Hope all is well. Praying for you and your family. God
Thank
bless.
you. I
Fish
appreciate it.
Growiper sent $50. R.I.P. Edward.
Thank you.
Wonder Pets Patriot sent $20. Hair looks great, King. Studio lighting makes a halo effect on the top of your head. Kyle Kulinski could take some notes.
Yeah. Because we actually had somebody that understands lighting come in and do that. You have to do that. You have to pay someone who knows how to do that. You don't just set up your gay-ass bookshelf and put a fucking ring light on and some LED blue lights.
Fellow abuser grow percent $20.
shelf
2 Thessalonians
thing.
3:3. But the Lord is faithful and he will strengthen you and protect you from the evil one. Love you, Nick.
That's so true.
Bro Star sent $20. Who remembers Pretty Fly White Guy?
Yeah, right? Whatever happened to the streak?
Bro Iverstein the Destroyer sent $20. Ruthless Zoomer.
Well, we raised the limit to $20.
Bro Iverstein the Destroyer sent $20. Ruthless Zoomer wrote that from a mud hut in Africa. Check his location on X. Smiley face emoji. Thanks for your service.
Very good. Amazing.
Will Z sent $20. African American that does this shit for a living with precision missile strikes. The Ford was not hit by Iran.
Oh, okay,
Roy
sure.
Perspool sent $20. I'm eternally grateful I took it to heart when you said don't vote for Trump. I hold no accountability for what's going on today and every night I sleep like a baby. You own my vote forever. You're the best and I'm just a rib. Have a wonderful weekend.
Okay, this is just like a weird, like, sexual thing. I'm not going to help you
AF sent $50.
with whatever that
God
is.
bless. Stay safe.
Thank
Huey
you.
Long Respecter sent
Appreciate it.
$500. Hey Nick, been a while since I've sent a
Whoa.
chat. Promotion I got made hard to catch the live show. Just wanted to say I'm always amazed by how good your team and you at sussing out all the CIA spookery with JD Vance and Joe Kent. We would be blind to this if it wasn't for you and your show. Love you,
True.
big guy. America first is
Wow,
inevitable.
thank you for the massive super chat. God bless. 07's in the chat for Huey Long Respecter. I'm glad you love that. W.
C Breezy sent $20. What's good? Love the stream. Quick question. I'm 19. Are we really getting drafted if this war escalates further?
Okay, grow
Alco
up.
Grow Up sent
Grow
$20.
up.
Never Vance. Never Rubio. America first forever and Christ is king. Also, W Beard. How long do you plan on growing up?
I don't know.
White America
I'm not
first sent
planning that
$20.
far
I truly
ahead.
believe a false flag attack is going to happen on Good Friday.
Really? You believe that? Oh my
African
gosh.
American Fuentes
No one
4%
cares.
$20. Part-timer only work 3 days a week and you didn't even read Tuesday's super chats. That basically 2.5 work days.
I know. Isn't it awesome?
Canned Acid Dick Tucker
for me?
Suim sent $20. You see the bully stream? New merch looks good. Got to get those embroidered shorts and candy tea.
Great.
Gordita
Thanks.
Jr. Haroom for sent $20. 1 Whitney Webb posting about how Epstein worked with Fat Tony Salerno, the boss of the Genovese family in NY. Caps 13 sent $40. Lindsey Graham said on Bill O'Reilly that Iran are religious Nazis and if you don't believe that you're wrong. It's like, hey buddy, I'm already buying. Gordita Jr.
That's
Haroom for
funny.
sent $20. Like a big smoking gun about Epstein as he worked with a mafioso who died 35 years ago and whose family has no power anymore. Gordite Jr. Haroom for sent $20. 3/3 these MFS just allergic to saying it's a Jewish thing and to some other safe kosher version of it.
Yeah, great
Marlon-
observation. That definitely was a good observation. Needed 3
Marlon
super
sent
chats to
$20.
say it.
Thoughts on ADL, Yeats album?
I didn't listen to it.
African American Rubio sent $20.
Yeet.
I hope Iran gets nuked by Easter.
And 26?
Fuck Israel, fuck Kyle Kulinski, fuck Emily Jashinki, rape sneak. Jeffrey Epstein swinging a conspicuously sneako-shaped chicken over his head 3 times and then StayMX sent $20. Unblock Cherno on Twitter so you can catch your second ratio and be humbled again.
Who? No idea who
Judas
that
Horrier
is.
69 sent $20. Did you see the clip of the CPAC audience cheering for impeachment trials? What do you think of impeachment of this admin?
I can't wait for it.
Clubber Pig sent $30. Do you ever get tired of being right about everything all the time? I just imagine you are praying sometimes to be wrong.
I don't really care.
Roscoe Johnson sent
that
$20.
much. Like I'm sitting there like, oh, I know what's going to happen, but I hope it doesn't. It's like whatever will happen will happen. Whatever.
Roscoe Johnson sent $20. Do you plan on selling the pink Ohio First hats for Christine at some point? Love the new merch. God bless.
Probably not.
PNW Goy sent $20. Hey Nick, it's the 17 years / Ogroiper that got a penny stolen by my Jewish teacher. Remember me? Been loving the show.
Wow,
God bless.
That's crazy. I do remember.
Count Groipula sent
Thank you.
$20. British people are gay. High Speed Sneeze sent $20.
Okay.
Hi Nick, do you have any thoughts on Operation Fast and Furious where the ATF had gun stores armed the cartel?
Who
Thank you.
cares? Who cares? What was that 20 years ago?
Marty Gatz
Who
sent $50.
cares?
Rogan said Tim Dillon bears you. But Tim Dillon was a Trump supporter up until last summer and was tricked by Vance and had him on his podcast on October 24th. Dillon is good, but that's crazy.
I like Tim Dillon. It's probably just a different, it's a generational thing. They're good friends. Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon are like best buddies, so I don't take it
You
personally.
baby, I sent $20. Hi Nick. I'm new here, but I wanted to say that my friend is celebrating her 20th birthday. She's a huge fan of you. Her name is Gothy. Reese sent $20. Love from Nashville.
Thank
Jim
you.
Jonga sent $50. It's very likely the Ford did have a laundry fire. From experience, the people in the military do not take care of the ships our ancestors built.
Our ancestors did not. Men among the ruins of our aircraft carriers. That's really funny. That's really good. Thank you for
Deb B27
that.
sent $50. College of DuPage alum here too. I joined Rumble just to watch you. Your honesty is so refreshing. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, COD.
Cosmic Whip
College
sent
of
$50.
Dreams.
As a wagey who is on the clock when you go live. Best part of the day, by the way. You take as many days as you want, big drug. Even I call out when I don't feel like doing that shit. Rogan says Dylan buries you. Loved him, but you do this shit for hours and days on end. Not the same. Goat.
Like I said, different strokes.
Gordon Gates sent $25. Just recently quit smoking weed. Thank you for
Good.
the motivation.
Glad to hear it. Good. Somebody had to wake you up from your weed-induced stupor so you can fucking start to grind it out a little bit, man. Glad to hear
Conquer
it.
sent $20. Owner of OnlyFans died of cancer. W. Conquer.
Okay.
PK428 sent $20. FBI/SWAT raided an Israeli terrorist in Jersey City today near my job. Planning to bomb a pro-Palestine NYC
I
protest.
saw.
Why is it always Jersey City? Whether it's for dancing or plotting.
Because that's where all the Jews live.
Link Inverland sent $20.
Obviously.
Your 2 a.m. shows are always the best. Thank you for your consistent quality and integrity in your work. Missing Christine's chat.
Thank
Stevie
you.
H.
Me too.
Wasp Against the Femboys Coalition 88 sent $20. I swear to God you better start preaching solutions. Pull out the birth control and start being a true leader. Be monumental.
But where's the solutions? You're really funny. There are no solutions in life.
TN Guy sent $20. Come to NH and I'll fuck you, you a bitch. It's on site, faggot.
Okay.
Fedmaster 21 sent
Grow
$20. Thought Mossad got you, man, you good. Deeding to Gamer 37 sent
Words, just
$100.
crazy.
Hey Nick, what do you think about how Iran's licentious closure of the Strait of Hormuz will increase gas prices domestically? Do you foresee a global energy crisis and will oil futures continue to increase in perpetuity?
Okay, thank you for the big super chat. Did you just get hit in the head or something?
Alisana sent $20. You're funnier than Tim Dillon.
Hey, it's not a competition. We love Tim. He's really funny. And I'm funny, and we're both funny. Okay, that's our last super chat. Wow, really testing my patience at the end there. But no cortisol spikes. No cortisol spikes. We just had to blast through those before I needed to commit suicide. But that's all we got. Wow, and it's the weekend. Man, what a good feeling. The Friday feeling is undefeated. It is fucking Friday, Groypers. All right, well, that's all we got. Remember to smash the follow button, the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. Thank you to our top super chatters. Huge special thank you to Huey Long Respecter, Zog Chow Enjoyer, Ginger Groyper, Palest of the Pale Groyper Mom, Sailing Boy, Titty Sprinkles, Houston Wagey, Rhodesian Groyper, High Speed Sneed, Unity Not Diversity. Nice. Spotling, Jimmy Groyper, MXTN, Noon, something, Devin the Gamer. Thank you to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I will see you on Monday. Until then, have a great weekend, great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
God damn it, man.
It's going to be only America first. America first.
There we go. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna cash in for the night. I'm tired. Fucking long ass shows. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed the show. I'm gonna do one this weekend too as well. Probably tomorrow or Sunday. I might do both. I don't know, but for sure I'll do one Saturday or Sunday. Hope y'all enjoyed the show, and until this weekend, good night and God bless.